Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of background, caste, creed, identity, ethnicity, belief system, how you're feeling, orientation, you name it. Let all these things that are upon the surface of human life divide us not. Though we are diverse, we are united at heart. Hello, user 227. Good morning. And I trust that those who are coming in are feeling as well as they can, given whatever myriad of circumstances may be prevailing in their life at this time. The universe is certainly not one that is always causing favorable circumstances. As such, we may be going through challenges. We might be up against some adversity, and that's all right. If you're having a hard time, you're allowed to. Hello, Grandma Lala. Nice to see you as well. And hello, Kaylee. May we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. And thank you, Usha, for blessing us so early on with a rose. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, Auntie. Namaste, Sazrar. Hello, Nico Will. And Melinda, hello. Hello, Nothing is Noise. And thank you, Auntie, for your rose, pair of them, and a TikTok, and an ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, John F., for your ice cream cone as well. Actually, it was a rose, but just as sweet. Jai Sitaram. Now, hello, Living Zombie. Hola, Fatiraz. Hello, Vector Lee. Hello, user 227. I already said hello to you, but you ask, how am I doing? I'm doing well today. A little sleepy, but happy to be here. And hello, Anna and Kimbo Weed. Nothing is Noise. You ask, how long have I been devoted to Buddhism? I am not devoted to any particular religion or way of life. What I am devoted to is truth, and I believe there are many ways to get there. And thank you, Auntie, for another rose. Ice cream cone, a TikTok, and another rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Katie, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Tan Hao Yu, thank you for your heart, me too. Jai Sitaram. My question of the day for you. As you know, I always like to start my lives with a question of the day, followed by a short reading. My question is, think of a friend, or a loved one, or someone close to you. What unique trait of theirs do you love? You don't have to explain who they are. Just think of a quality that's just so unique to them, and it makes you happy, might take a moment, and that's all right. And hello, Sky Guardian. No, Sazrar, I have not been in the sun today. But I am being bathed in the light of all of your awareness. Kaylee, you share your child's imagination. That's lovely. Children do often have a wonderful imagination, so unique. Tudor, you share resilience. Resilience is such a great quality to have, isn't it? Auntie, you share their personality. I love that as well. Uzo227, you say kindness. Wonderful. Sazrar, you share that you love their commitment to help others and be totally selfless. They deserve everything. Aw, that's so sweet. Your mother says ASFD. Katie, you share their honesty and the way they speak from wisdom within. Anna, you share the way their eyes sparkle when they're passionate about something. Their smile and their laugh is what you think of most. Says nothing is noise. Hello, Pesto. And thank you, Sai-Hai-Gi, for your quintet of team bracelets. Arion Tatsat. Humbleness, says Ragnhildur. Wonderful quality to have indeed. Their authenticity, says John F. And Usha, you love the love in all of beautiful ones. So much love to love. Vector Lee Me, you share that they don't take life so serious. That can be a very good thing to have, isn't it? Kaylee, you love the way they choose to find the good in every situation. And hello, Lace Face. And hello, Lost Munchkin. And that's right, Sazra, I'll be back to the same time tomorrow. And hello, Ellie. Michelle, you share the resilience. Such a great quality. And hello to you as well. You're very welcome, Melinda. And thank you, Aaron, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Lark Nielsen, you share that your friend is an artist and you love her fascination with the simplicity of life. That is a very good quality to have as an artist, isn't it? Hello, Sonia. Kaylee, you like their vulnerability to ask for help. Isn't that wonderful? Some people see that as a burden, but it truly is a blessing. And I'm happy that you're able to see that. Hello, Anna. You share that there's so much love everywhere. Sometimes it's hard to find, but indeed, there is ne'er a place on earth where love cannot be found. Sana, you share? He asks me how I feel about what happened to me. I love that. It's not about the events in our loved ones' lives, but how they feel about them. It's a wonderful quality. And I'm doing well today. Thank you, Lost Munchkin. And much love to you, Dean Dude, as well. And Katie, you love the way their soul speaks through their eyes. It's wonderful. And thank you, John F., for another heart meet. Ariom Tatsat. And Dob Darker, thank you for your heart meet too. Jai Sitaram. User 227 says compassion. If you speak in the third person, I'm gonna have to make it funny. Compassion is a great trait to see in others, that's for sure. And Kaylee, yeah. Their faith that help is even available. How wonderful it is to have that trait. And thank you, Liz, for your heart me. Hariom Tatsat. And thank you, Ginseng, for your half dozen roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you for asking, Aini. I am doing well today. My sleep was challenging, but I learned another layer of a lesson that when we wake up disturbed, instead of assuming that something is wrong and just relaxing into the sensation, then that trust alone can be enough to dissolve the anxiety. And thank you, Sazrar, for your 16 bracelets. Ariom Tatsat. And thank you everyone for exploring this question of the day with me today. I very much enjoyed it. Sounds like you all have such a piercing vision, able to see the good in your closest friends, even when they might not be able to see that good within themselves. And so, I would like to share that I'm appreciative that all of you are able to have that trait yourself, which is the trait to look for good in others, the trait to look for something you love. And that trait is something I find lovely in my loved ones, Auntie. So after my question of the day, I like to open up with a short reading, and then after that, we can open the floor to general questions and answers. I'm just going to adjust my microphone. All right, now I don't have to hunch over it. The book we're reading is called Roar the Ganges. It is a book gifted to us by one of our audience members from his guru, who is the author, Swami Tadatmananda. Swamiji has given his expressed permission for us to read this book together, and it's a book that takes place through his eyes in his journey to becoming a Swami. You may have heard of Catholic monks or Buddhist monks, but a Hindu monk is called a Swami. Before he was a monk, he was a Westerner like many of us here. His name was Mark. He was a graduate in computer science, newly wed, and then newly divorced. So he went to India to study Vedanta. To study Vedanta. Vedanta comes from the Vedas, which are humanity's oldest scriptures, and they contain philosophical truths about the nature of existence that are unparalleled in Western literature. So through his eyes, we become familiar with Vedanta as he embarks on a quest to study under his guru, Swami Dayananda, on the banks of the river Ganges in Rishikesh, northern India. We paused halfway through a teaching from his guru, Swami Dayananda, in a lecture hall on the Kena Upanishad. In this class, we were not simply receiving information. We were being guided through a process of self-inquiry. We were being led by Swami Dayananda to see what he sees and to understand what he understands. Towards the end of the class, he explained, Atma, your true self, as unfolded in this passage, is not an entity remote from you or beyond your experience. In fact, nothing could be closer to you. Atma is present in all of your experiences as the consciousness by which they are known. And yet, due to ignorance and confusion, it remains unrecognized. This is the problem shown by the 10th boy story we read many pages ago. When the oldest boy said, I cannot find the missing boy, the pronoun I referred to the very person that he sought. The problem was his wrong conclusion about I, a mistake that caused him tremendous suffering. Similarly, you have wrong conclusions about yourself, about your I. All conclusions about yourself are based on your experiences. When you experience your body, you call yourself male or female, young or old, plain or beautiful. When you experience illness, you call yourself sick. When you experience disappointments in your life, you call yourself a failure. But in spite of your experiences, all these conclusions are wrong. Whatever you experience is not you. Anything experienced is an object. You are the experiencer, not an object of experience. This fact must be recognized. As these classes continue, you will see how you have drawn wrong conclusions about your experiences, mistakes that make you suffer. The purpose of Vedanta is to destroy those wrong conclusions. Through self-inquiry, you can re-examine your experiences and discover your mistaken notions about yourself. In this way, the confusion and suffering they cause will be removed. Having concluded the class with another Vedic hymn, Swami Dayananda descended from the dais and left the hall. I left with the others but remained at the foot of the stairs, waiting for Richard, my newly met British friend. Shortly after, when we were seated together on a bench, I asked, "So how did you like the class?" "Fantastic," he replied with a broad grin, "but it will take a while for all this to sink in." "I'm not surprised," I remarked. It was not an introductory level class. Swamiji seemed to assume that everyone already had some exposure to these teachings, but you were able to follow fairly well, weren't you? "Yes, but some of it is hard to fathom, like when he said that our experiences all take place in the mind. When I look at you, I feel like I'm looking at someone sitting on a bench, not someone sitting in my mind." "Hello, Ekaterina." Let me tell you a great explanation I once heard, I suggested. Do you know how eyesight works? My body reflects sunlight towards your eye, and the lens of your eyes collect that light and focus it on the back of your eyeballs. On the retina of each eye, a tiny upside-down image of me is projected. The retinas have millions of receptors that convert the image into nerve impulses. The impulses from your left eye go to your brain's right optical cortex, and from your right eye to the left cortex. So, my image is converted into tiny upside-down backward nerve impulses in your brain. Is that what you experience right now? Upside-down backward nerve impulses? No, I am experiencing you. I see your body sitting here. Yes, but my physical form is present to you only as nerve impulses. So the body you see cannot be this body sitting on the bench. What you see is an image of me in your mind, an image created by this complicated process of sight. He muttered thoughtfully. So I am aware of the image of you in my mind. It's like an actor on a movie screen. Yes, I affirmed, and you are the consciousness by which the image is seen. That very consciousness is Atma, your true self. But how can my consciousness be Atma? Richard said, suddenly exasperated. Atma is supposed to be infinite and all-pervasive, yet the consciousness I experience is finite, limited, and trapped within my body. I explained, even though your experience is limited, your consciousness is not. There's a traditional analogy that compares consciousness to the sun reflected in a bucket of water. The sun shines everywhere, but its image is reflected only in the water. In the same way, consciousness is present everywhere, but it becomes manifest only where there is a suitable medium of reflection, and that medium is your mind. In this analogy, the bucket represents your body, and the water represents your mind. If you churn the bucket's water, the sun's image will appear shaky. In the same way, if your mind is turbulent, your consciousness will seem agitated. On the other hand, a calm mind reflects consciousness pristinely, just like the sun's reflection in placid water. So, consciousness is reflected in your mind and becomes manifest in all your experiences according to the nature of your mind. Now suppose there are many buckets of water, each reflecting the sun. Their reflections will differ, depending on the nature of the water in each bucket, calm, agitated, dirty, or whatever. With this analogy, Vedanta teaches that one all-pervasive consciousness called Atma becomes manifest in every mind and gives rise to different experiences according to the state of each mind. This analogy shows something more. The sun itself is not affected by the water reflecting it. If the water is clean or dirty, if it's in a large bucket or a small one, the sun remains the same. In the same way, consciousness is not affected by your mind. If you feel happy or sad, if you feel expansive or small, it makes no difference. Consciousness remains unaffected. It is infinite and all-pervasive in spite of your limited experience. Richard objected, but if that infinite consciousness is manifest in my mind, why do I experience it only within the confines of my body? why don't I experience limitless, all-pervasive consciousness? It's a good question. Do you like science fiction? I asked, incongruently. I made up some strange mental experiments that explore our experience of consciousness. Suppose a scientist had developed the technology to physically interconnect with our nervous systems. Suppose he wired you and me together in such a way that our senses were cross-connected. Whatever my eyes looked at, you would see, and whatever your eyes looked at, I would see. Similarly, our senses of hearing, taste, smell, and touch all would be cross-connected. Very weird, Richard remarked. It gets stranger. Imagine what happens when the scientist turns on the switch that causes our sense perceptions to be interchanged. Then he asks, Richard, where are you? What would you answer? What would your experience be? With our senses cross-connected, you would find yourself looking through my eyes, seeing with my ears, and feeling whatever touched my skin. You would experience yourself as being in my body, and I would experience myself being in your body. Very, very weird, Richard repeated. Ginseng you share. The music is overwhelming my voice. Thank you for letting me know. I can turn it down. But it shows how our experience of being inside these particular bodies arises because our sense organs are located in them. Consciousness is all-pervasive, but our experience is limited to our bodies because each of our 5 senses is intimately connected to these bodies. Our senses trick us into thinking that consciousness is somehow stuck inside our bodies. Richard asked, Are you saying that we shouldn't believe what our senses tell us? Ah, now you're getting it, I remarked. Our senses fool us all the time, like when we see certain optical illusions. To explain this better, let me share with you another thought experiment. Suppose you became blind. Would you cease to exist as a conscious person? No, of course not. And if you became deaf also, would you cease to exist as a conscious person? Richard shook his head. Now suppose you lost all 5 senses. No sight, hearing, taste, or smell, and your body would be numb from head to toe. Imagine your experience in that state, blind, deaf, and numb. You would have no experience of the world outside you, no experience of your body, not even the experience of being inside your body. But would you cease to exist as a conscious person? I guess not. Correct. You would still be conscious. In fact, you would be aware of being blind, deaf, and numb. So your consciousness does not depend on your senses. It is completely independent of your senses. At that moment, the gong in the courtyard sounded, announcing breakfast. Shall we go for breakfast? I asked. Well, I'm definitely aware of my hunger, Richard said with a smile, looking rather dazed after our dialogue. Walking to the hall, I recalled feeling dazed after similar discussions years ago in California, when most fundamental assumptions about myself were called into question, my most fundamental assumptions. I felt disoriented. And when some of those preconceptions were shattered, it was as unsettling as the first major earthquake I experienced. During that earthquake, I watched an expanse of supposedly solid ground begin to heave and roll like waves on the ocean. The ground was not as solid as I had assumed. From that experience, I learned that reality is not always what it seems to be. And with that, we will pause our reading there for now. Thank you everyone for listening with me. I'll minimize the book cover. A wonderful discussion on consciousness, that Atma being distinct from the senses, truly infinite and all-pervasive, yet by our own experience through the five senses, we make conclusions about ourselves as being finite. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Do allow me the honor of extending my gratitude back to you now that I have a spare moment. Sanchina, thank you for your rose. And thank you, Kazki, for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Shelly Belly, thank you for your ice cream cone too. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Kills. Thank you, Nish, for your trio of cloud breads. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Good morning, R.L. Void. Tudor, you share a beautiful chapter. Now, why is Om the word that started everything? They say in John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word. It's a very strange way to start a creation story. What does a word have to do with creation? Isn't words such a human invention? Now, at the end of every prayer, what do you say? Amen. Indeed, when you're meditating, what do you say? The primordial word of existence is the Omkar. It is made up of nothing but vowels and nasalization. No true stop or consonant is actually made. In English, we consider M a consonant, and we transliterate it as OM. But the Devanagari ligature, which you are all familiar with, that looks like this. I can draw it on your screen. It is made up of 4 components. We have this 3-looking part, which is the first half of the letter A. And then we have this tail-looking part, which is the second half of the long vowel U. Then we have this bindu, this dot, that represents the anusvara, the nasalization. That is where we get the sound But there's also this chandra, this crescent moon, and that makes it a pure nasalization. So we completely redirect the airflow to resonate primarily in the nasal cavity. Altogether, the 4 parts are Aum. Saying them very quickly just sounds like Om. But that's a limitation of English. Now each part can be metaphorically projected upon some aspect of this universe. That beginning A represents creation. The U represents preservation. The represents destruction. And the nasalization at the end represents the impersonal reality that expands throughout the entirety of creation, preservation, and destruction, and beyond. So Om as a sound means something. It is not just a random sound that we associate with the universe. Each quarter of it can be deconstructed into a philosophical component to meditate upon. Sky Guardian, you share that the live I released today, I gave the wrong date. I said it was the 27th. Thank you for letting me know. Naturally, a few errors creep through, but you are very observant, Sky Guardian, and I thank you for that. I will make that adjustment. And thank you, Jinna, for your trio of roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Painted Lady, Woodland Fairy, thank you for your heart me, Team Bracelet, and it cheer you up. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Rodex, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Lena, for your applause. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Valentine. Grigar, you've been wondering about the meaning of those stickers. Looks like a spiky green sticker and a gradient from purple to orange of a Devanagari word. Yes. That green one is the heart chakra. And in the center of the heart chakra, I can draw the, I don't know what you call this. I guess it's a single letter, but it's a little more. Alright, that'll have to do. At the center of the heart chakra, you see this symbol. This is a Devanagari letter. It means Ya. And again, we have the Anusvara, the Bindu, which makes it Yam. So you transliterate that as Y-A-M. Yam. It's the Bij mantra for the heart, whereas the Bij mantra for the crown is Om. For the heart, it's Yam. But you're also wondering about the other sticker that looks like this. Oops. Just played a random chord. I don't know how I did that. This is the letter R, and that line just lengthens the A vowel that comes after it, so it's Ra. And then this is the letter D, And then this little line that comes off of it makes the vowel A. So together this is Radhe. That's what that sticker means. You all have heard it before. Radhe, Radhe. It calls out to Shri Radha. It's a fun little feature drawing on the screen. I always forget about it. Doing it with a trackpad is not exactly easy, but I enjoy the challenge. And thank you, Valentine, for your octet of rosas. And a dozen roses a few minutes ago. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Vladimir, for your 18 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Michelle, you ask, when should one say Tathastu? Please excuse you if this question is inappropriate. It's not an inappropriate question. It is a very divine word. I'll give you an example of where it was used. There is this yogi who is still alive today. His name is Yogi Raj Satgurunath Siddhanath. A very highly esteemed mystic of the Kriya Yoga lineage, with ties to Paramahansa Yogananda and his chain of gurus. That chain of gurus begins with this great being simply known as Babaji, or Mahavatar Babaji, the great incarnation, the great descension Babaji, who is said to reside in the Himalayas. And he tells a story of meeting this great Babaji, where he trekked up the Himalayan foothills and eventually reached the top of some peak. And there he saw this light begin to meld into the form of this great being, Babaji. And he pranamed and asked, "What is thy name? What shall I call you, great being?" Babaji said, "Whatever I am to thee, that I am." And there's a great YouTube video where he explains this story from his own perspective. And then Yogi Raj Sadgurunath Siddhanath says, "From the confines of my samskars, past life impressions, the name arose, Shiv Goruksha Babaji." And then lightning struck in the sky. It was a clear sunny day, and yet the lightning struck. And when it struck, he said, "Tathastu." It is so. That is such. So, from this story we can infer that whenever someone speaks of something very deep and true, one may respond with Tathastu. It is so. That is such. And thank you, Kazki, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Lena, for your hand hearts. Jai Sitaram. And Rodetsk, thank you for another heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Danielle. You share that you're new here and genuinely curious what this is. Can anyone explain? If I could explain it, I would tell you. Even I am not so sure. I do acknowledge the uniqueness of this TikTok live. And you're also new here, Danielle. We got Daniel and Danielle. That's great. The two of you can buddy up then as the new Dans. Dan 1 and 2. Well, I've titled this live as a Sangha. A Sangha is a spiritual gathering. What does that mean? It means a company of people who ask spiritual questions and receive spiritual answers. I do not claim to have any answers, but I do have a lot of questions myself that I've spent much time thinking about, and any way I can reflect on you, my own experience, would be a blessing for me to receive. So I thank you all for the opportunity. And thank you, Bradley, for your octet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Valentine, thank you for another cheer you up as well. Jai Sitaram. Danielle, you share that you just went to church for the first time in years, more so because your daughter wanted to go. How was that for her? I hope it was an informative experience, that she got what she was looking for. Hello, Masa. Happy to have you here. And thank you, Charlie, for your 9 roses and a tiny tiny. Nippy! Danielle, you also share that every time you return to church, it's Fasting Sunday. Everyone's praising the Lord about what an auspicious day it is to deny the mind of its sensual cravings. And here you are with a hot dog and a bag of chips in your tummy, like, aha, yes, I agree. That's all right. Valentine, you ask, have I heard about Jurassic World on Netflix? I have watched the movie Jurassic World. I enjoyed it. I love that idea of bringing back to life the ancient world, the prehistoric world even. There is certainly much meaning to be found in that theme. And hello, Dopamine Queen. And Gregor G, you share that the Tathastu almost sounds like that is true. Well, indeed. The word that comes from Tat. Tathastu. That is true. Thank you, Lucian, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Charlie, you're wondering if I have any tips for self-discipline. You need a good reason why. And just as you need that pressure to succeed, you need to know when to let off that pressure, so you don't lose yourself in an ambition that is too much pressure. The greater consistency is not your track record of how many days you've done the thing versus how many days you've not done the thing. Consistency is defined by How many days that you were able to restart where you left off before. Some people think that discipline is all about being hard on yourself, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Discipline is accelerated by your ability to forgive yourself. Otherwise, how can you have that platform of acceptance to return to where you left off if you are feeling ashamed? The shame that we put on ourselves is only another reason not to do it. Because doing it before ended in failure, why should we even bother? It is this mindset that prevents discipline from working effectively. Therefore, whenever you make a mistake, the quicker you are to forgive yourself, the quicker you can remedy that mistake. With this understanding, anyone can succeed. Danny, you ask, do I receive messages from the universe? What is the universe if not all that is? How can messages come from anywhere else besides that everythingness? User 227, you ask, what is something in life that I've had to unlearn in order to grow? Everything. Because by nature, our soul is unbounded. It is through acquiring worldly knowledge that we restrict ourselves. By unlearning everything which we previously held to be true, in that vacuity, that void, that vacuum, that spaciousness that remains, is the expansiveness itself that compels you to grow. But to give you a practical example, this morning, actually several times throughout my sleep, I woke up with a terrible feeling. It was somewhere between nausea and fear, panic. Felt it in my whole body. Normally, in such a situation, I have trained myself to become even more upset. That one negative emotion leads to another. That this indicates to me that something is wrong and that I should worry. However, instead of getting panicked by the sensation, I remembered that with trust and faith, this too shall pass. And so I relaxed into the sensation. Every time I woke up like this, instead of going, increasing my breath, getting agitated, I went, and just dropped it all and went back to sleep. I have begun to learn that when this arises, this precursor to anxiety, instead of giving it any of your energy, but dissolving into it, it soon begins to turn to a kind of ecstasy, a kind of bliss. Thank you, Masa, for your 7 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sakura, you share that you had a nightmare, but you woke up with a mantra. One certainly can tell they are progressing on the spiritual path when their subconscious has been imprinted by the mantra so that it starts up wherever there is a moment to do so. Like waking up, your mantra comes back to you. After doing something which your mind got carried away into, subconscious starts up the mantra engine again. Thank you, Maya, for your disco love. Jai Sita Rama. Lena, you ask, how do you do this without old coping mechanisms? Don't worry about the old. Just practice bringing your mind to the new. That word without is very dangerous. Because if we focus on minimizing something, then we are trapped again in an endless cycle. You try to do something without another thing. Then your mind is centered on that thing you are trying to remove. Like an endless game of whack-a-mole. You squash one, and another pops up. When we meditate, we think, I'm doing this wrong, I'm doing that incorrectly. That was a mistake, my mind should be elsewhere. If we are constantly focused on what we're not doing right, then how can we focus on what we can do right? So don't even worry about old coping mechanisms. If they arise, it is just like a bug flying by. Now, if you paid attention to every bug flying by, now how could you focus on the matter at hand? Keep bringing your attention to the positive. You don't even have to acknowledge the negative. As long as you keep maximizing the positive, then the negative is minimized. But if you keep trying to minimize the negative, then we run into an endless battle. Gina, you share that you are in a panic attack. Remember that this too shall pass. You as well, Isabella. It's okay to feel this way. You're not going to die. The universe isn't going to end. Keep bringing your awareness back to your breath. And every time you breathe a little deeper, a little smoother, a little softer, it becomes a little easier. It's okay that one breath isn't going to solve the problem immediately. It's the process that makes things better. When one technique fails to calm you, that doesn't mean you're uncalmable. There are many, many techniques to remain calm, and that variety is not there to overwhelm you, but so that you can keep trying one thing after another, and eventually something will stick. The world is certainly chaotic. That chaos is part of its nature. That chaos is not something that can ever hurt you. Although the mind may become chaotic too. As a pure witness of the whole experience, you remain ever pure. Watch the thought and remember that you are safe. You are separate from the mind. The mind may be dramatic at times. And even if the mind is causing drama, you are still safe. A dramatic mind is not an unsafe mind, because you are always safe. It's okay for your body to feel this way. Bodies are weird. It seems like there's always something going on. And it doesn't take away from what you are as a soul, as a being. You are not defined by the environment around you. You are not defined by how your body is feeling. Your body doesn't have to feel good to be happy. You are that happy witness, aware of it all. Even in panic, there is still a happiness there. Even in sadness. Thank you, Astrid, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Valentine, you share that your left eye has a headache. I know what that feels like. Mr. Nobody, you share. But you're happy when it feels good. It's true. When we feel good, we are happy. When we feel bad, we are also happy. The truth is, we are always happy, because happiness is our true nature. Even when it's cloudy, the sun is still there. You could say that it's not sunny, but it's more of a figure of speech than anything. Because the light that touches the ground and illumines the world, even on a cloudy day, is still the same sunlight. That sunlight that illumines a cloudy day is the same sunlight on a sunny day. Every day is sunny when you look at it that way. So too, all emotions are happy because happiness is the light source that illuminates all emotions. When the emotions come to be clear, like a cloudy day can become clear, then we see that sun directly. So too, when our emotions have cleared up, then we see that happiness directly. But the light of that happiness illumines every emotion. Thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses a few minutes ago. Ariom Tatsat. And Unknown, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Amanda, for your cloud bread. Radhe Radhe. And I think that is correct, Sky Guardian. I don't recall reading the Pocket Pema Chodran yesterday. Thank you, Valentine, for your subscription as well. You know I'm always happy to have you here. Radhe Radhe. Hello, Kobus. You just arrived. You're wondering, is it only you, or is this current energy super heavy? I am sure many people can relate to you in that, and you are not alone in feeling that way. However, the possibility to let go of that heaviness is always available to you. That lightness that you seek is forever a possibility. Thank you, Lena, for your applause. Ariom Tatsat. And thank you, Maya, for your pair of fires. Jai Sitaram. Hello, MJ. And you relate with Kobus, Isabella. I am happy to hear that. You can relate in one another. Sky Guardian, you share that the energy is just right for the Vachana Amrut reading right now. I suppose we could read another Gadhada. Greetings, Edwin from Belgium. Happy to have such a diverse community from around the globe. Yes, let's read from another section of the Vachana Amrut. This is just a little book. Well, it actually has many volumes, that makes it bigger. But this volume is a little book. Here we are reading Kadada 1:13. Planting the branch of a banyan or peepal tree elsewhere. This is a book of about 300 discourses by a spiritual master by the name as Swami Narayan. He has many epithets, and in this book he is referred to as Sriji Maharaj. On the night of Magh Sharvadi 1, Samvat 1876, or in our calendar, the 2nd of December, 1819, Sriji Maharaj was sitting on a large, decorated cot placed on the platform beneath the neem tree near the mandir, the temple of Sri Vasudeva Narayan in Dada Khachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was wearing a red surval and a red dagli. He had tied a golden shelu around his head, and another golden shelu was tied around his waist. Pearl necklaces hung around his neck, and tassels of pearls were also dangling from his pug. At that time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Thereupon, Nityanand Swami asked Sriji Maharaj, Is there only one jiva, individual soul, within each body, or are there many? If you say there is one, then when the branches of banyan, pipal, or other trees are cut and planted elsewhere, exactly the same type of tree grows there as well. Has that one jiva been dissected into two, or has another jiva entered the new tree? If you say that it is the same jiva, then how has the jiva, which is whole and indivisible, been cut? Such a good question from Nityananda Swami. Hearing this, Sriji Maharaj said, "Here, I shall answer the question. Purush and Prakriti, this is like personal consciousness, the controller of the universe, and the nature, the unconscious substance that pervades it. They are the instruments of Sri Krishna Bhagavan, which is referred to as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the cause of the creation, sustenance, and dissolution of this cosmos. Through his two instruments of Purusha and Prakriti, he assumed the form called Virat. Then, during the first Brahma Kalpa, which is a whole cycle of creation, from his body in the form of Virat, God gave all beings from Brahma, the creator, to the smallest blade of grass, their respective bodies. Thereafter, during the Padma Kalpa, God, through the form of Brahma, the creator, gave Marichi and others their respective bodies. Then, through Kashyapa and Daksha, he gave the Devas, the deities, demons, humans, animals, and all of the mobile and immobile life forms their bodies. That Sri Krishna Bhagavan, along with his instruments in the form of Purusha and Prakriti, resides as the Antaryami in all jivas, and grants each jiva a body according to its past karmas. That jiva, individual soul, in its past lives has performed many karmas, actions. With some with sattva guna, the mode of purity, predominating, some with rajoguna, the mode of passion predominating, and some with tamoguna, the mode of heedlessness or ignorance predominating. As a consequence of these karmas, God grants that jiva a body of the Udbhij category, or a body of the Jarayuj category, or a body of the Svedaj category, or a body of the Andaj category. God also grants it the fruits of its karmas in the form of happiness and misery. In addition, God makes the body of that jiva give birth to another body, again, according to its own karmas. Just as God created the various life forms from the bodies of Kashyap and the other Prajapatis, similarly, that same God, while residing in all jivas as Antaryami, creates other bodies from one body by methods appropriate to that particular body. However, the jiva, through which other bodies are created, does itself not multiply into many forms. So, in reality, God grants birth to another jiva through an appropriate body of another jiva, according to the relation of the karmas between the two jivas. Long story short, when you take a branch off a banyan or peepal tree and plant it in the ground, a new soul is created. Not from the old soul, but a soul with its karmas, appropriate karmas from its past lives, dictating which body which branch it was to come from. So the relationship that soul has with the tree that it came from is according to its karmas, rather than being some division of the original soul. It's a good question, Steph. No, this is not the Mahabharata. This is a relatively recent scripture from the last few centuries. However, the protagonist of the Mahabharata, that is Sri Krishna, is said to have descended in the form of Swami Narayan, who is Sriji Maharaj in this book. It can be a very technical book with many Sanskrit buzzwords and other Indian words. Thank you, Maya, for your pair of roses a few minutes ago. And thank you, Manda, for the ice cream cone. Jai Sitaram. And much love to you, Donaby, all the way from Scotland. And that's a good question. Orla, how are our anxious dear viewers feeling now? Maybe they have scrolled away. And that is also allowed, because sometimes anxiety is only provoked by more stimulation, more sensation. And if they needed to self-isolate, then that's a very good thing for them to do. But I do trust that they are feeling better. And Astrid, thank you for those hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Joan X, for your finger heart as well. Radhe Radhe. And Edwin James, thank you for your tiny and heart me. Yippee! Louisa, you are wondering, where am I from? And what countries have I visited? I am from Canada, and Canada is the only country which I visited. But this summer I look forward to expanding my horizons with a trip to India, to not only appreciate what privileges I have here, but also to interface with those ancient spiritual traditions that still have lineages very much alive in that region of the world we call as Bharat. And thank you, Valentine, for your star. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gregor G, you ask, could the Native American people actually be from India way back when? It's a good question. Even if they have, they certainly have developed their own unique culture and identity, and that identity should be revered as distinct, but it is something that says a lot. How when colonials came to North America, they thought that they were in India, not just because they had maybe traveled around the world to that subcontinent, but because the culture of First Nations is very similar to the culture of the Indo-Aryans. Spiritually, there are many similarities in their belief system and their reverence towards the land. It is not so surprising that those two cultures could be confused. However, we should respect that they are distinct cultures and have independent identities. Thank you, Kaisa, for another finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Edwin James, thank you for your friendship necklace, and Rosa as well. Jai Sitaram. Geeky, you had asked, does shower or bath cleanse energy? You do feel better after it? Then of course it did. Anything you do in which you feel better is a cleansing. That is what it means to cleanse one energy. Thank you, MJ, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, John X, for another finger heart as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nelly, who you ask, how can you heal your root chakra? Well, your root chakra is all about rest. If you feel like rest is unproductive, then there is much healing to be done. If you feel like boredom is something that you should try to fill in with as much activity as possible, then there is a good chance that you have much healing to be done. When your root chakra is happy and healthy, then your rest is very deep, and you don't feel ashamed for being bored or taking naps when you need them. Being grounded means that you see the productivity in inaction. That it is important to take time for ourselves. How can we be more productive? How can we be of more help to the world? By working on ourselves, by helping ourselves. How do we do so? By taking time to rest, relax, and be bored. Instead of filling your day with all these activities, dedicate part of it to stillness. Let your room be dark. Let the air be silent. Let good smells permeate the room. Brush your teeth. Rest in the silence of your senses. Thank you for the applause. You have a funny name, pizzazz, all that pizzazz. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Haley Queen, thank you for your heartbeat. The bracelet and cheer you up. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Danny, you ask, are you the highest version of yourself? There is always a part of ourself that we can spend more attention to. There is always something to look forward to getting better at. In that sense, no one is highest. But does that mean you are incomplete? It means that you are in the process of completion. And it is the process that completes you, not the absence in comparison to the presence that may follow in the future. You are not defined by a moment in time, but by the changing present. And if you are on the path to your highest self, then you are already one with your highest self. Time has just yet to catch up. And thank you, Isabella, for your TikTok intros. Ariom Tat Sat. And that's right, Kelsey Ann. Or, Ailey Queen, you shared that. Peace of mind, in other words. Yes, that's right. But Kelsey Ann, you shared that your avocado plant died. You're very sad. You didn't know you could grieve a plant. Indeed, that potential for life exists not just in animals, but in plants also. It is that potential to grow which what makes them alive. That is the soul. And they have left their body, gone to reincarnate, perhaps as another plant, and that's okay. You have learned from this experience, and this experience will help you the next time you decide to grow something. User 227, you ask, how to let go of attachment to material things? We don't have to, as long as we become attached to something higher. There is no problem with money, as long as that money is going to something selfless. Money can buy material things, but experiences are the best thing that money can provide. And the best kind of experiences are the ones that you give to others. Money, being a material good, has the power to create space for spiritual transformation. When we become attached to what we get in return, then our material means becomes a burden and prevents us from growing spiritually. But we should use our resources for the help of others. Even though you are not your body, it is still good to spend money on taking care of it so that this body can be of service to others. Even though you are not the car that you drive, it is good to have one so that we can take people places, so that we may travel and expand our horizons, and so that we may carry things for others who might not be able to carry it themselves. It is not a bad thing to own material things, but it is a good thing to use them for the benefit of others. As long as that is the sentiment that you have, you don't have to let anything go. I like that, Auntie. Attach yourself to helping others. And thank you, Isabella, for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. Louisa, you're wondering, should you take distance of a friend who sees women as objects and tells you about them all the time? If they are unable to respect boundaries that you should set, if you haven't already, then it would be a wise thing to do. However, if you set those boundaries and they are respected, then perhaps they could learn something from you. If they are open to growing, then you could be a very powerful force in their life that helps them come to understanding. If they are not open to that, if they do not respect your boundaries, or you have yet to learn a proper means to enforce them, then it would be wise to take some space. But the very fact that you still call them as a friend means that you see the potential in them. If they are open to addressing that potential with you, then I would be a good friend and help them with that. And I love that. Dirty hippie gypsy mom. That's why you stepped into the medical field. There's a lot to be able to help. So many opportunities to be of help. Absolutely. And Auntie, you share that plus you've come to realize in your life that helping others makes you feel happier and proud. I think we forget about that. Not only does it make others happier to be of help to them, it makes you happier too. When you've spent a day being helpful, you just sleep easier. You go to bed that day happier. And Louisa, you share that you are starting to doubt if he is open to it. You feel that he is going the wrong way, but you don't know how you can help him or the women involved. We may only be able to help those who are open to be helped. And it is not our duty to help those that won't accept our help. If the women in life have been hurt, then they certainly may be more open to being helped. And that would be a very lovely compromise to be of help to them instead. Hey Katarina, you ask, what is my image behind me? This is a collection of galaxies and nebula photoshopped together to make a tapestry. My mother got it for me when I was going to university, so that my dorm room had a window to ponder at the stars. And thank you, Dirty Hippie Gypsy Mom, for your 23 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Lena, for your applause. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. That's quite alright, Aliwat. May your work be meaningful and purposeful. And thank you, Love's Grace. All my best wishes back to you as well. Jai Sitaram. And that's a great reminder, Kelsey. A healer doesn't directly heal anyone, and instead opens a space for healing. One must still choose to step into that space. And when the healing is done, that is a potential that was already inside them. We merely became witness to that potential and invited it to unfold. Thank you, Denise, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I love that, Love's Grace. You share like tonight. You will remember to step into Love's healing, and you'll think of me having told you. I am happy to hear that. Astrid, you share that you feel depressed all day. You know you have responsibilities, but still. Yes. And your greatest responsibility is to yourself. If you are unable to attend to your other responsibilities because you haven't been attending to your own needs, then do not be discouraged from attending to them, my dear. You look around you and see so much potential in everyone. We forget to see that same potential within ourselves. We see everyone else as deserving of love, but not ourselves. Why? Because we've lived our life. We know all of the mistakes we've made, and our mind gravitates towards them. But yet, if we remember how everyone else has made just as many mistakes as us, and yet we are willing to see past those and give love, why should we be any different? Give love to yourself, and everyone else gets their love redoubled because you've taken the time to increase your own resource of love to give. Thank you, John X, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Judah girl, you share that you're working on self-love. And Louisa, you share as well that it's a strong point to give love to yourself. Very difficult, isn't it? And EXO seems to be without a calculator. What is 20 times 20? It's at least 390, but no more than 410. Kayla, you share that you are the first to say, take care of yourself first, while neglecting yourself. Right? Please take care of yourself. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to not take care of myself and take care of everyone else. When we tell people to take care of yourself first, we mean it. But if we really, really mean it, then we can serve as a role model by embodying it. Judah girl, you share that you did 10 affirmations out loud 3 times a day. Wow, that is awesome. I'm very happy to hear that. That's a powerful thing to do. The words we tell ourselves during the day are the words that imprint on our subconscious. And the more we continue to imprint on our subconscious, eventually it becomes full of love too. In Soul 22, Sophia, you share that you just lost most of your quote-unquote friends. Guidance for self-love. What a splendid opportunity to focus on self-love. When we see an absence of love around us, that can be a good reminder for how much love is already inside us. I like what Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar says, that you don't need love because you are love, my dear. Love is that which gives rise to that potential. Take a baby, fresh out the womb. Now, you could feed that baby. You could make sure that baby gets lots of hydration as well. You could give everything it needs to grow. But there's one special ingredient. And if that special ingredient is missing, the baby won't grow. That special ingredient is love. Without love, a baby will not grow. It might physically, but you end up with grown adults who are still babies. When they're male, with grown adults who are still babies. When they're male. Now it seems that my internet disconnected me for a moment, but do let me know when it has returned so that I can be of service to you all again. I hope that it returns. Thank you, Chloe, for telling me it has returned. Good to know. Yes. And what is it about a mother's love that makes a child grow? It is merely her witnessing. It is the attention itself. What it means to not get love is to not get attention, to not be witnessed, to not be seen, felt, understood. That is all love is a witness to your potential. That is why you are love. You don't have it. You are love. Because you are that witness to that potential. Whatever you witness, that shall grow. Whatever you give attention to, that shall grow. So with ourself, when it comes to self-love, all we have to do is bear witness to our own being, to to observe ourself without judgment, without any labeling as right or wrong, good or bad. When a thought arises, when a feeling, when an emotion, whatever arises, we just bear witness to it. And that unconditional awareness itself, that is the love we hold for ourselves. Thank you, Macy Gypsy, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Aries the monkey. Happy to have you here. Your love is well received. Astrid, you ask, but am I too much maybe? Sometimes. Being too much is a subjective thing. It says nothing about you and everything about the other people's ability to receive you. If someone says you're too much, they're missing a few words at the end of the sentence. It's short for, you're too much for me, which means I have this cup that's so small, you are so big, I am unable to hold space for your majesty. It has nothing to do with you, but to do with me and my own inability right now. You are not too much for yourself. For yourself, you are what you are. And you are infinite. And thank you, Riaz, for your subscription here. I am elated to have you here, and even more excited to be in your service. Do let me know in any way I can improve the quality of this Sangha. Radhe, oh Radhe. And thank you, Soul 22 Sophia, for your quintet of team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. Whenever I receive a quintet of team bracelets, I think of my bracelet that my mother gave me, that wraps around my arm 5 times. And thank you, Morgan, for your rose, heart me and team bracelet. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I love Will's response to Sherry's question. Are my ancestors lost parts of myself? Will said, you are the result of the love of your ancestors. They are not lost to you at all. You are a living extension of them and their love, aren't they? Thank you, Ragnhildr, for your trio of roses also. And Chloe, you ask, is my mum spiritual? She is innately spiritual. What I mean is that it's not that she does particularly spiritual things, but everything she does becomes spiritual, if that makes sense. And thank you, Astrid, for your heart. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Lena, for the owl. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mr. Mate, you share that you're conflicted by unconditional love. Should we love bad people? Or are they victims of bad luck? It's a very good question, and a very natural thing to be conflicted about. So let us sort out the nuances and subtleties. What we label as bad people are people that make bad decisions. We make decisions mostly on our past experiences. And the decisions that are bad are ones where we bring to mind our bad past experiences. This arises out of a lack of love. What we label as good people are merely people that are feeling the love. Without that love, how can we be good people? How can we make good decisions with our actions? So in some sense, it is almost necessary for us to love the bad people, especially because that's what makes them bad in the first place, is a lack of love in their life. Does that mean that we should let them take advantage of our love? Now that's a totally separate question. We should set boundaries with our love. When that love is going to be misinterpreted or misused or malaligned, then what they are receiving is a version of love that is not unconditional, because they have put their own conditions on it for us. So the unconditional thing to do in such a case is for us to set boundaries so that they don't put conditions on our love. Just like a river's speed is increased when you restrict its width. This is a law of physics. That in a pressurized system, if you restrict the cross-sectional area of a fluid, then in order to make up for the lost volume, it must increase in its speed. The same principle on those settings that are at the end of our hoses. When a really wide nozzle is used, it doesn't go as far. It's wide, but not far. To get that nice jet stream that we use to shoot our friends and our neighbors when they're misbehaving, we use the smallest nozzle that restricts it so that it goes farther. The same principle holds true for our love. When we set the right boundaries, we actually increase the range in which our love can go. People who abuse our love use it for their own insecurities and self-gratification. It isn't true love if they receive it this way. So we should give our love to those that are able to utilize it, are able to extend it far and wide. But that love has to be taken care of. So on one hand, we should love those that are lacking love the most. And those who are lacking love the most tend to be the ones that make the worst decisions. At the same time, we need to set boundaries with that love so that it gets received without conditions. And thank you, Lena, for your wonderful owl. It's a tough word. Owl. A few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I love that, Will. Love comes in so many forms, but that's what makes it special. I agree. And thank you, Aries the monkey, all the way from France. Or should I say, merci. Thank you, Masa, for your 7 roses a few minutes ago. Jai Sitaram. And I'm happy you enjoyed that take, Ivy. If anyone else has takes on love that they'd like to share, I'd love to be in the presence of more love. Gyagan, you share that you love tuning in while you play Magic the Gathering. That's a game I used to love to play as well. happy to relate with you in that. And thank you, VYV Fragrance. Thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thanks for tuning in, Fat Cat Weaves. May your work be meaningful and purposeful too. What is your job, if you don't mind me asking? I am always curious. Kelsey, you share that you're attempting to make pizza dough for the first time, and your toddler keeps screaming, "Pizza!" The appropriate mantra for pizza creation. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your heart me, quartet of roses, and finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. Leah Aguilar, you share that having a non-verbal child has given you a glimpse into unconditional love. You're so grateful. Oh, that's so wonderful. Sometimes I think with my kitties, Sandy and Shadow, that with the communication barrier, actions especially speak louder than words. I want more than anything to show Sandy and Shadow the love I have for them. But how could I do that if I don't speak meowese? I don't know which combination of meows means I love you. Slow blinks, purrs, pets. It is the actions which speak so much louder than words. And thank you, Sophia, for your friendship necklace. Om Tat Sat. Gus, you share that love is the beauty of the soul, an endless mystery, all you need. Well said, Gus. You also share that love is the bond of perfection. Love is, of all passions, the strongest. Mary, you share that love is all there is. Will, you share that you have your exam on classical love and relations soon. Very interesting to study the ways in which love has changed, the ways we express it through various ages and spaces. And hello, Vibrant Awakening. Gaia, you ask, should we be more careful? Carefulness is a blessing, but too much carefulness is called fear. And fear limits us. So we should be careful up until a point that our carefulness doesn't end up limiting the very thing that we are trying to take care of. Thank you, Jarrett, for your heart me. Team bracelet, hands up and it cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Astrid, for your 15, 25, and another 21 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Anna Bug. Hello, Vibrant Awakening. Om Namah Shivaya, Kalki Ji. Melinda, you ask, why is all fair in love and war? It's a curious saying, isn't it? Of course, There are many things about war that are unfair. And the sentiment is that anything goes. That you try to hurt me in this way? Why should I be limited in the ways that I can hurt you back? But true fairness isn't an eye for an eye. It is funny that our judicial system, although coming a long way, is still very ancient. Let me put it this way. Here are two people, person A and person B. Person A hurts person B, and so they are dropped to this level. Our system is put in place so that we punish person A so that they come to the same level. That's fair, right? But if we are constantly putting everyone down, then how can we grow? True fairness, therefore, is that when person B becomes hurt, then we heal them back to the same level. That is the fairness of love, not the fairness of war. And thank you, Vladimir, for your heart meet. Hari Om Tat Sat. I like that well. The only way to truly get back at someone is to love them. That's devastating. Yes, I remember in grade 1, I started pulling the hair of someone. I seem to not have very much knowledge on social cues. I was pulling someone's hair and I ended up pulling them to the ground. And instead of getting angry at me, the boy just said, "Why are you doing this? You're my friend." Devastated. Instead of making me into an enemy in that moment, they had made me into their friend. And as a friend, I would never pull their hair. They're right. I had to let go and apologize. Thank you, Rias Zulauf, for your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kaisa, thank you for your rose. And Masa, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. Art, you ask, Yam, do you even lift, bro? We are all carrying so much weight. My goal is not to carry it, but to let it go. My goal is not heaviness, but lightness. G to infinity, you ask, can we apply this to the ails of society today? We can experiment. If someone is bothering you, imagine they're your friend, and you love them, and you tell them this. I see you as a friend. Why are you doing this to me? They may very well have that moment of reflection. Well, if I am your friend, why am I doing this to you? Sometimes this method may not work. And in such a case, well, we tried. And if you put in your best effort, then that is as much as you can do. And thank you, Liz, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Today is tomorrow. You ask, can I love you? You can love everyone. When we have expectations for love, then that gets us into trouble. Can I love you in this way? And can you love me back in that way? Well, this is not always guaranteed. And well said, Gaia. Consented. Consent is important for the vehicle of love. But love itself, without a form, needs no consent. You can give love to everyone and everything. Thank you, Focus and Flow, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Will you share that the eyes are the window of the soul, while love is the door? And that's even better than a window. Because from a door you may enter. From a window, we may only peer. Astrid, you share that people are so mean sometimes. Indeed. People can be hurt. And in order to pass on that hurt so they don't have to feel it themselves, they try to give that pain to others. It's not our responsibility to take that pain. You can say, I can't hold space for you right now. I understand that you are in pain, and that you would like me to hold some of your pain for you. This is why you are being mean to me. But right now I need to focus on my own healing, and I can't take on your pain right now. Gus, you share that I have gifted you peace in this moment. You are thanking me. No need to thank me, my dear. The moment itself is peaceful. And it is a gift. As Uguay says, that is why we call it the present. It is your gift to me that you share this moment with me. So thank you for doing so. Hello, Wayne. And thank you, Valentine, for your octet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Zana, you ask, such a wonderful question. A very motherly question. How can I be a role model for my child if I make mistakes myself? Because a person's track record is not defined by what mistakes they make, but how they come to grow from their mistakes. You can be a role model for your child by showing them that it's okay to make mistakes. Take accountability for them and become an even better person through them. Every time your child will make a mistake, you will love them and you will remind them that it's okay. So the best thing you can do for them then is to remind yourself of the love you have and that it's okay for you to make mistakes. And that's a great reminder, G to infinity. Connect to your inner child by playing with your child. That is one thing I very much appreciated about my father, is his ability to just get down on the floor with me, play with Lego. We would spend hours getting into it. And he wouldn't do it just for me. It was for himself also. He was very much healed by taking the time to be a child with me. And he would say, you know, when I look back at my childhood, I felt like I was truly happy then. I feel like happiness is all about becoming a child again. This was something he shared with me only a few years ago at the dinner table. And then I looked back at all the times that we played together, and I realized that's what he was doing, was being a child with me, flying a kite, lining up dominoes for us to knock over. And thank you, Priscilla, for your ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. Just as I have to thank my father for playing with me, he had to thank me for playing with him. Gratitude goes both ways. And I love that connection with your face, Aiden. You share that Jesus said to become childlike in your faith. Follow Yeshua. He's the way, the truth, and the life. I'm so happy that you were able to relate to that. I love that, Kelsey. The best gift we can give our children is our happiness. For they don't need a perfect parent, but a happy one. So well said. And yes, I did make a Kung Fu Panda reference from Master Oogway several minutes ago. And well observed, G to infinity. Children have pure energy potential. Indeed they do. My mouse is moving on my screen. It has moved all the way up to Izzy's question. You share that you have just started therapy. Every time you walk in the room, all you feel like doing is crying. You don't know why. Well, you can thank God or whoever was moving my mouse over to your question so I could have the opportunity to read that. Yes, therapy can be a very revealing time. Crying is a way that we process, and it's a very beautiful opportunity that we are given. Whenever you can cry, I want you to take full advantage of that. Crying is such a wonderful thing for our soul. Crying itself is so therapeutic. And so I hope you know that. That shows that you have opened up to a space of vulnerability in your therapy. The therapy happens in your tears. Kaylee, you share that when your teenager struggles, you tap into your teenage self and what helped you in those moments. That's a wonderful thing to do. Never forget how you felt at that age. And Fallen, you share that you don't cry. You will. Everyone cries. Sometimes it takes many years before our first tears. And oh, they flow. They pour. And thank you, Priscilla, for your heartbeat. Hariom Tat Sat. I used to never cry. And then suddenly I would cry all the time. I'd be watching a children's movie. And I'll tell you the first time I cried during a movie. I was watching Inside Out with my sister. I thought it's a little cheesy kids movie. So I went to the theater with her and I watched Inside Out. Spoiler alert. There's a character called Bing Bong, I think his name was. Something like that. Bing Bong. And when Bing Bong died, I cried and I cried. And when my sister looked at me and my dad looked over, I was like, don't look at me. But then I saw that both of them were crying also. I think everyone in the theater started crying. And thank you, Michael, for your heartbeat. Hariom Tat Sat. And Greg O'Connor, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. A singular period. Small brain, guys. I will refer to you as big brain. Big brain, you ask, how do you spend time with friends? I like to go for walks that go off trail, into the woods, onto beaches that never end. I'm not one for walking around a park. I'm one for standing at the edge of a forest and saying, let's dive in. And when they ask, what happens when we get lost? I say, that's when the adventure begins. Thank you, Alicia Infinite, for your heartbeat. Hariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Sky Guardian, for uploading the batch. I will upload it. Thank you. And thank you, Lizzie, for your finger heart. Hariom Tat Sat. I agree, Michelle. Let's all find a beautiful place and get lost. The best part of frolicking through a field of flowers is not knowing where you are. If we don't come home from an adventure all battered and bruised, with scrapes on our arms and legs and twigs in our hair, did we really go for a walk? Thank you, Masa, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Izzy, you share that you always seem to find my live when you are looking for answers. Well, I always seem to find you when I am looking for questions. So we make a good team that way. Greg RG, you like to take drives and just get lost. I love that. The stakes aren't as high in modern times. If we ever get truly lost, we have our cell phone. But you can up the ante by leaving your cell phone at home. I don't recommend this. Unless you're as crazy as I am. And hello, Kirk. Happy to have you here. Drives are fun. I agree, Isabella. Kelsey, you share that you live on a mountain. You all enjoy sitting outside, playing in the dirt, and throwing rocks in the pond. Well, please invite me next time. I love throwing rocks in ponds. That masculine urge to just throw stuff in a body of water. When I'd go for hikes with my parents at a park near the house, every time we reached the pond, my dad would take a rock and huck it into the pond. And after several times, my mom would ask, "What are you doing? Are you making a wish? Is this some kind of ritual for you?" He said, "No, I just like to make a big splash." And see the ripples go out. The spiritual path is very much like that. Returning to that ocean. But instead of a rock, we are but a drop. And when that drop hits the ocean, you all become one. Stuff go plop, says Gregor. Stuff do go plop. Indeed. And thank you, Izzy, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, win souls to Christ. You are a big devotee of Jesus. I am happy to have you here. May your compassion towards the higher self be felt by everyone here. Mistra, you share that watching the ripples makes you see what effect things may have on you and the things done to you. It is very calming that way. We are but ripples in a pond also. We may see one ripple as different from another, but the ripples truly have no start and stop. It is all one continuous sea, a sea of change and rebirth. Zana, you share that you cried out of gratitude when you visited the old tree where you played as a child. That was one of those moments where he felt sincere gratitude. or you felt sincere gratitude. That's wonderful. The effect on us, going back to our childhood memories and the places which inhabit them. We leave a bit of our energy behind, like a breadcrumb leading us back to our source. Following the footsteps of our inner child can lead us the way home. Thank you, Mr. Rocket Shot, for your team bracelet. Hari Om Tat Sat. Will you ask, how do you get over feeling numb of emotions? Through patience and trust. Recently, my friend, whose name is Macy, she shared with me that this week, past few weeks, has been dissociative for her. And then a few days ago, she said screw it, and just started doing things that she would normally, even while slightly dissociated. She started texting everyone, saying hello to her friends, responding to her piled up text messages. She didn't wait for things to get better. And then the dissociation, it went away. That numbness and disconnectedness dissolved. And while listening to that, I said, so, to remedy your dissociation, you started associating. And she said, yeah, I just started associating. But that time came through a lot of patience and trust, and a little bit of an attitude of, screw it, I'm gonna do what I want anyway, even if my feelings aren't there yet. Goodbye, dirty hippie gypsy mom. I hope your kid's dinner is nutritious and delicious. Eddie, you are wondering. You share that you were told you need to recognize childhood trauma. My opinion? It is very important that we all recognize our childhood trauma. It is a great way to come to terms with some of our habits today and our own behavioral patterns. It can be a difficult thing to do. Actually, that's an understatement. It is a difficult thing to do. That is the nature of trauma. It's called trauma because it's that which we don't want to think about, that which we have repressed. Diving into that sensation with curiosity and an open heart can make a lot of things in life start to make sense. Am I this way with my friends because my parents were this way to me? Am I this way with myself because my teachers were that way with themselves? That's a good part to ask about as well. How do we remember it? Just try meditating. Anyone who's ever tried meditating will tell you, if you try to clear your mind, it doesn't work. Instead, what happens is all these bad thoughts arise and feelings that we forgot about. And then they ask, how do I get past that so I can really begin meditating? And I say, no, you're doing it right then. by trying to clear your mind, that is how you give rise to these thoughts that need your attention. So by holding space for yourself in that way, these impressions that are dormant will rise to the surface. You don't have to go out looking for them. They eventually make their presence painfully obvious. What this means is that we take a step back from doing things that we'd normally do to fill in that space. The only reason we are unaware of what's been repressed is because of our habits that fill up that space so we don't have to go looking. So by being bored, by taking that extra breath, you share you had a pretty good childhood, you feel. And I'm sure many parts were very good. And I'm sure that your parents also wanted it to be seen by you as pretty good. And that's the tricky part, is differentiating between what they wanted us to feel versus how we actually felt within. For example, many people live a pretty good life on the surface. They had a nice friend group. They had all their favorite toys as a kid. They went to a good school. Their parents had good jobs. They had a nice house. But inwardly, the child still felt neglected. There still was room for attention that wasn't given. And it's that aspect, how we felt during it, that is most important, rather than the specific events of our childhood. And this is, as I said before, not an easy thing to reflect upon. It's something that requires a good friend group today for us to have people that we can talk to. Counseling and therapists can help guide us to that place. Having the courage to ask difficult questions and to inquire about spaces within ourselves that have been left ignored. But the result of all this introspection is such a deep peace. To get to that state of peacefulness, nay, to get to that state of blissfulness, we have to do a little exploring. And thank you, Shar, for your heart meet. Hari Om Tat Sat. Noah. Sienna, you share that you had a wonderful childhood and sometimes you're afraid you won't be able to offer your child the same. And that's a very wholesome fear to have. And there are many ways in which their childhood will differ from yours, and that's okay. Our uniqueness of upbringing is one of the many ways in which the diversity of life is so colorful. But you said it best in the adjective you used to describe your childhood. Wonderful. As long as there is a fullness of wonder. And that is something inseparable from the child. Angel, you share that you seek knowledge, wisdom, and to soar, but the way is not clear yet. I have found that the highest truths in life occur in the strangest of places. Those places being within the help we do for others. The lessons that are taught through the service that we render in love, those lessons can't be found in any scripture around the planet. Finley, you share, picture your thoughts as a puddle. Acknowledge them, but don't play with them, for that muddies the water. I like that metaphor. And thank you, Alice Olivia, for your 14 roses. Ariom Tatsat. And Priscilla, thank you for your rose as well. Jai Sintaram. W, you ask, what do I think happens when we die? Genuine question. It is a very genuine question. I think it's a question that there will always be mystery surrounding. I think something beautiful happens. Something so beautiful that we forget ourselves in order to experience it again. Now I said again, didn't I? Just as there was some state which gave rise to this life, surely that state is not so different to the place we return to through death. How can that nothingness that precedes life be distinct from that nothingness that proceeds life? If there was some distinction between them, then that means that there is a quality there which does change, and so something must continue. And if they are not distinguishable, then they are not separate but one. And either way, there is a continuation. Energy. I like that, Eddie. Chef Jeff, you ask, can meditation with your loved one, help strengthen a singular intention? Absolutely. Meditation that you do with someone else can be even more powerful than the meditation we do by ourselves. Especially group meditation. In meditation, there are no expectations. The intention only is to be together, to be one. That can free up so much space for so much love. Absolutely. And see you next time, Eddie. And thank you, Lena, for your rose. Ariom Tat Sat. Hello, Bella. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I hope you are well as you can be, as well. Kelsey Ann, you share that you listen to group meditations or chanting on YouTube and feel like you're there with them. That's a great practice to do, even when we may physically be apart from those which we would meditate with. Thank you, Nanya, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, John F., for your half-dozen ice cream cones and a tiny diny. Yippee! And thank you, Shar, or Share, rather, for sharing with me a dozen team bracelets. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Lena, you ask for any meditation for making your heart do its job. Lift the weight off it. A heavy heart has difficulty beating, but a light heart is free as can be. What heaviness do you hold in your heart? And how can you make it a little freer? Rosa Maria and Rain, you're wondering, what language is that? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. It is our mother tongue. Interestingly, language seems to have evolved from a common ancestor. Like how English is part of many Germanic languages. The Germanic languages came from Proto-Germanic. There are many Latin languages that have come from Latin. Language keeps getting more complicated as time goes on. But if we extrapolate back in time, there seems to be a primordial language. This hypothetical language is not yet known, since we can only infer its existence by various patterns that have arisen. But the earliest offshoot of that mother tongue is what I sing to you now. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi dhiyo yo nah prachodayat. That language is known as Sanskritam. We call it in English Sanskrit. You already know many Sanskrit words. Being the mother tongue, it is the language of spirituality. Have you heard of yoga? That's a Sanskrit word. Have you heard of a mantra? That's a Sanskrit word. Have you heard of chakras? That's a Sanskrit word. How about a guru? How about Kundalini? These are all Sanskrit words. What do they translate into English? You could never. That is why we don't. It is near impossible to translate. So we leave them as they are, because they convey its own meaning best. How about Buddha? Buddha is another Sanskrit word. You've all heard of Mahatma Gandhi? Mahatma is a Sanskrit term. Maha means great. Atma means soul. So Mahatma Gandhi means great soul Gandhi. Yes. Naturally, Sanskrit sounds Indian because India is the place where Sanskrit is still spoken, even to this day, thousands and thousands of years later. And thank you, Lena, for another rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Latino, for your 19 roses. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Saturnus. This present moment is certainly full of wonder, and I thank you for sharing it with me. Hello, Rachel. Happy to have you here. And no, Jessica, this is my only account. Do be cautious and refer to my disclaimer up there. Catherine, you share that you're sad that I haven't noticed you. Well, don't be, my dear. Because you are always whole, even when others do not notice. Indeed, your beauty is meant to be seen only by those who are ready to be patient for it. However, Latino, you share that modern life makes calm contemplation difficult. It makes it challenging indeed. And that challenge becomes that much more worth it the harder it becomes. Thank you, Denise, for your finger heart and quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. stones on fire, you ask, could you teach on your future self depending on your current self? I love that. Yes, we are all aware of how we are who we are today because of our past actions. This much is only painfully obvious, isn't it? If only I had made those decisions and these ones and not that, then I wouldn't be this right now. But we forget to extrapolate this and realize that the actions we make now also affect the future of ourselves. This is the nature of karma. Karma isn't random. It means that you are in control of your life. Just as your present self depends on your past self, so too your future self depends on your present. With this in mind, would you not want to make the best choices now? Your future self is depending on it. And hello, Duch Nguyen. Happy to have you here. Thank you, Asma, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me as well. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Saturnus, for your 25 tiny dinies. Yippee! Hello, Shakira. Good evening, Steve. Bella, you ask what's my opinion on cursing. I believe that cursing can be an intensifier for what we are saying. If we are using that intensifier to hurt someone, then we are miswielding that power, which should be used scarcely. If we are using it to reinforce something positive, then of course that's allowed. And thank you, Max, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Lena, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. I'm very happy to relate in your thoughts, Catherine Penny. Delighted to have you here. And thank you, Rachel, for your fireworks. Hariom Tat Sat. Very beautiful. Henry, you love my Indian accent. Which part of India am I from? Well, my heart is from there, but my body has yet to catch up, so it seems. I was born in Canada, and as such, I am not Indian. However, there are many qualities of an Indian accent that I also have. I had a friend who was from Brazil, and she had a bit of an English accent. I said, why do you have a bit of an English accent? A British accent from England. She said, because my English teacher was British. Ah, yes, that makes sense. Naturally, who you associate with, they are going to rub off on you and make an impression. So too, India has a rich culture of a spiritual heritage. Here in North America, our spiritual heritage is very small in comparison. The First Nations have experienced genocide. The Catholic Church has come under so much fire for the things done in the name of God. Naturally, there are very few places in the world left to turn to for authentic spiritual lineages that still remain to this day. Fortunately, India is one of such places. So, naturally, I've spent a lot of time studying under many Indian spiritual masters. And naturally, in a spiritual context, such as this Sangha, of course, my mind goes to the same way that they enunciate various concepts, names, and stories. Not only that, but you may notice that I put extra emphasis on the articulation of my words. This is so you can understand me clearly, but also because spirituality inherently changes the way you understand how communication is done. Yes, there is a social part of it that one should fit in, and one good way to fit in is to say things in the same way as your peers. Otherwise, they'll bully you for it. However, when one truly wishes to speak to your heart, then it's important that we choose our words extra carefully. The language of spirituality, which we discussed a few short moments ago, being Sanskrit, it has a structure unlike any other. And the more you understand the structure of Sanskrit, the more you understand your own language and how we use sound to convey meaning. The more one embarks on this quest to understand these Eastern truths, it has an effect on the way one expresses oneself. And thank you, Rachel, for your hanging lights, your hand hearts, and 15 fires. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Isabella, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, MJ, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Melissa, you share that you feel my Indian intonation gives off cultural appropriation, that I did not have this about a year ago. I appreciate you sharing that, Melissa. And it's true that cultures can often be misrepresented by others who are not cautious about expressing them in an authentic way. And I will gladly take accountability for the ways in which I misconstrue the cultures in which I take inspiration from. And it is a very good thing for you to be cautious about others who are conveying words not from their natural heritage. But the truth is, Indian heritage is a little different than other cultures because it speaks to the hearts of everyone. Whereas many spiritual lineages have a certain demographic, the spiritual lineages of the Indian region or subcontinent, they have always been known as universal. Hindus don't consider themselves as Hindus and everyone else as different from them. Just as a Hindu may have a picture of Krishna in their home, they may also have a picture of the Christ or the Buddha. What we may not understand as living in the Western society is that the Indian culture has no boundaries. The name Hindu is merely an exonym for the culture that is very much alive there. It was given by the Persians, who saw them as the people beyond the Indus River, where the term came from. But the endonym for the culture there is merely Sanatana Dharma, which just means, in this context, the universal practice. India is a very ancient civilization. By some metrics, the most ancient, stretching back all the way to the time of the Indus Valley civilization. There, a series of scriptures known as the Vedas were spoken through oral tradition and eventually written down on palm leaves, most of which have decayed. It is from those Vedas that we get humanity's earliest philosophical and spiritual traditions. The Vedas have influenced every religion around the world. They are, quite literally, humanity's oldest scriptures. In the Vedas, there is no talk of a certain demographic being the one who owns these spiritual truths. Men, women, workers, warriors, kings, laborers, they are all worthy of moksha, enlightenment. When we focus on what divides us on the surface, then we fail to recognize the unity of our consciousness. The same consciousness that is in me is the same consciousness in an Australian. That same consciousness is in a bear. That same consciousness is in a fish, in a tree. It is not contained exclusively by any boundary, any border, any caste, or any creed. The universality of one's soul is the very truth we all seek. And thank you, Saturnus, for your trio of paper cranes. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, MJ, for your donut. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Thea. You're wondering, the cats nearby today? They are not in my room at the moment. But I promise you, when they are, I shall show them to you. And thank you, Lulu, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Jai Sintaram. Feed me art. You ask, am I a Hare Krishna? If you're wondering if I'm affiliated with the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, then the answer is very simple, and that's no. I have no affiliation with any organization, nor do I have a belief system here to replace yours. It is like looking for an ocean when you live on an island. As long as you travel in some direction, you will get to the source of all water. Therefore, I am here, not to put you on a certain path, but to accelerate you on whatever path you have. What I mean to say is whatever belief system you already have, I only wish to enhance your faith in that. If you are Christian, I hope to leave this Sangha with you as an even better Christian. If you are Buddhist, I hope you come and go as an even better Buddhist. As a Muslim, I hope you come and go as an even better Muslim. I am here to make you better, not by giving you anything new, but by uplifting the virtues already inherent in you. I'm just Bella, says Isabella. Well, I hope to leave you as a happier Bella. Thank you, Lena, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jane, for your heart meme, your balloons, and your pair of ice creams. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. And I'm happy you liked my logic videos, Melissa. And if you aren't a fan of this live, no one is forcing you to stay. You are welcome to be free. Maria del Pilar, you share that you can't believe that after so long in Earth, war still goes on. We've grown so much technologically. Intellectually, our knowledge has grown 100-fold, 1,000,000-fold. We are able to split the atom and create the atom bomb. But yet, we still don't know what to do when we get angry, when we get sad. Our logical intelligence has increased this much, but our emotional intelligence has decreased, if anything. It would be very beneficial, instead of having math class, English class, science class, we had sadness class, anger class, guilt class. Could you imagine how much smarter of decisions we'd all make if we were taught how to handle our emotions better? You could read all the textbooks in the universe on quantum mechanics, black holes, string theory, gravity. You could learn how a cell divides, how DNA strands are comprised. But will you know what to do when someone rubs you the wrong way? Will you know how to act when someone is bothering you? Will you know what to do when you've made a mistake? How to heal and grow and how to love yourself too. Life is not defined by our knowledge of the material world. It is defined by our knowledge of our own self. Whether we know how to be with ourselves or not is the highest kind of knowledge. That is why in Sanskrit the saying is Atma Vidya Paravidya. Atma means self, Vidya means knowledge, Para means highest. Atma Vidya Paravidya. Self-knowledge is the highest knowledge. Worldly knowledge, including science, is Aparavidya, lower, relative to how to be with oneself. One may conquer the world, but still not have conquered their own insecurities, demons, fears. That is the ultimate quest in this entire human journey. And thank you, Saturnus, for the beautiful choral you sent a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Happy to have you here, as always. And Ginseng, thank you for the applause. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Gentry. Kaylee, you ask, how do we balance our need to do with our need to rest? The human body is designed for 12 hours of rest and 12 hours of doing stuff. But that doesn't mean 12 hours of sleep. The window around the time you sleep should also be for rest. What that means is, when it is dark out, begin to start lowering the lights in your house. We have evolved for on average 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of night. But yet with modern technology, the sun never goes out until the last moment before we go to sleep, or we switch off our tableside light. You should try to have the lights as dim as you can in your house, just enough to be able to do what you want. Anything more is going to overstimulate your eyes and your brain, and therefore your nervous system. In fact, the best thing we can do is get accustomed to the dark. Our eyes are actually more sensitive than we give them credit. The only reason they have a hard time in the dark is because it takes a while for them to adjust, especially with all of our digital ecosphere, electronics and whatnot, keeping all the lights on. We always are stimulating ourselves with videos and music and lighting candles and keeping the lights on. But in a window around the time you go to bed, try to do not much of anything. Maybe read a book in a dim light, maybe meditate, take a bath. Try to understimulate. Thank you, Ginseng, for the applause. Hari Om Tat Sat. Eleni, you ask, how do I clear bad energies from me? Energy is neither good or bad. It's what you make of it that matters. You say clear bad energies as if they're not supposed to be there. It's the resistance to the energy that makes them. Having so much control over your life. You got it, surprisingly? I don't think it's that surprisingly. You are very wise. And thank you, Saad Ode, for your rose, ice cream cone, a GG, a TikTok, a rose, another ice cream cone, a TikTok, a GG, another ice cream cone, a trio of GGs, a trio of roses, another trio of roses, a quartet of ice cream cones, trio of GGs, another trio of roses, a quartet of ice cream cones, and a trio of TikToks. Mashallah. Thank you. And thank you, Aunt Vicky, for your trio of donuts. Namo Buddhaya. And Claudia Shambhala, thank you for the garland headpiece. Hari Om Tat Sat. Aquastellium, you ask? What do you do if someone says they sense negative energy in your aura? Then you say thank you. Let me work on that. If you react negatively, then you're only going to be proving them right. If you react positively, then you eliminate the negativity just like that. And thank you, Mom Star Shop, for the heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Saturnus, thank you for the whole galaxy. Radhe Radhe. Always a very humbling gift. Jai Sitaram. Good to see you too, Timothy Queen. Tell them to leave, says Jarrett. Yes, there seems to be negativity in your aura. Yeah, that's because you're here. Now go away. Thank you, Jarrett, for your 3016 bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. A good square. Probably my favorite square. Decimal. 6 times 6 is 36. It's just so satisfying. And thank you, Saad Ode, for another ice cream cone. A rose, a TikTok, a GG, another ice cream cone, a TikTok, a GG, a pair of ice cream cones, a pair of roses, a pair of TikToks, a pair of GGs, another pair of ice cream cones, a pair of roses, a TikTok, a GG, an ice cream cone, and another GG. Wait for it. another TikTok, and another GG. A rose, an ice cream cone, a TikTok, and another GG, and an ice cream cone. Thank you very much, my friend. Peace and blessings upon you. And thank you, Jared, for your 133 tiny dinies, my goodness. Speaking of Jurassic World, right, Valentine, they're all here. And I can hear them all saying at the same time, yippee! And thank you, Maria, for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Rias Gulav, thank you for your star. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Marlin. I'm doing well today, thank you. Happy to have you here. Hello, Ben. You ask, what is my view on this? Are humans part of nature or from nature apart? I like that question. I think we are part of nature, but we don't constitute all of nature. We are just a very vocal part of it. Like in our body, our brain is a part of the body, but it's a very vocal part of the body. It's so vocal, in fact, that we almost associate the brain with the body as being identical. When we say someone is smart, we say, you've got a big brain. However, there is very much a distinction between ourselves as a human species and other parts of nature. From a spiritual perspective, the distinction is that we have the ability to perform austerities. We have the ability to go in search of our true nature. We have an awareness of a higher goal, to understand why we exist. To do so requires austerity. It requires discipline, study, meditation, and contemplation. Other forms of life are capable of this, but the human is most capable because our intellect can deny the mind. In other creatures, there isn't this veto power. A starving animal will eat whatever food is in front of them, no matter what. But even a starving human has the ability to deny their mind. There are some people that are so stubborn that they could be moments away from starving to death, and they'll say, no, I won't eat that. I'm a vegetarian. Ooh, does that have cream cheese in it? No thanks, I don't like that. Our own preferences can overrule our natural instincts. And that is a blessing, actually. Although I make a joke out of it, it is what allows us to pursue higher truth.
Because without that ability to deny the mind, then we'd always just be seeking for more food and defending our belongings and searching for a mate and a place to sleep, resting as much as we can. The ability to deny ourselves these sensual pleasures is what allows us to be distinct, to be human, to go and search for wisdom. It requires that austerity. And thank you, Maria del Pilar, for your rose. Arion Tatsat. And thank you, end of show, lowest must go. I'm happy that you find some calmness in this Sangha. Thea, you ask what to do if I'm a little lost in life and yourself. What is the purpose of living? You are more than welcome to be lost, my friend. Being lost doesn't mean you're incomplete. In fact, what we are really in search for is what we are already. The wholeness that we seek is in being ourself. It is the resistance to being ourself that causes us to be feeling like we are lacking something, that we are not whole yet. The purpose of life is a wonderful question. Forget about the answer. Enjoy asking. Because the question itself is proof that you're conscious. You're aware of this miracle of existence. And you wonder. By wondering, you become witness to it. And there is so much purpose in even that. Thank you, Riasulao, for your star a moment ago. And Jared, thank you for those tiny dinies again. Yippee! Samo, you share. That's what therapists will tell you too, but after spending a fortune. Ultimately, the quest is to go within, not without. And a therapist can only take your hand and guide you most of the way there. But no one can force you to do that introspection, to take that final leap, to discover your true self. A therapist cannot do this for you, nor can anyone, really. Even a spiritual master may guide you ever so close to the nature of yourself. But they can only point you the way to making that final step into the abyss of your soul. And thank you, Valentine, for your octet of teeny teenies, tiny dinies. Yippee! Hello, Pat. And for a garland headpiece, thank you, Valentine. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Liz, for the dancing beaver and sunglasses. Always a fun gift. Thank you. Jai Sitaram. Charlene, you are wondering what the purpose of my TikTok is, like what my main content is. You're listening to it. My purpose is to be of service to your sincere inquiries, and in any way I can be of help,
to affirm you, to validate you, to just listen to what you're going through. Share positive sentiments. Relate in your experiences. That is the most I could ever do. And thank you, Izzy, for your tiny. Yippee! Hello, Laurie. Little bopper. You ask, what country am I in? I am in Canada. But through you all, I am in so many places right now. And thank you for your subscription, Liz. I hope you enjoyed the little sticker pack that comes with it. I know it's small, but what is big is the opportunity you have gifted me to be of more service to you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nikki, you ask, what kind of energy is money? Is it tied to our self-worth? The worth we give money is something we give it. Remember that. Whether a green piece of paper decides your value is something that we decide. If the economy were to collapse tomorrow and we were set back into the Stone Age, of course the real value would be in food, would be in resources directly. We'd have no use for little paper things. But money can go places that we cannot reach. Money can travel a lot faster and farther than we can. In the digital age, we are connected now more than ever before. Conflicts that are arising on all the corners of the globe, they can be felt and seen within mere minutes of them occurring. Whereas before it would take perhaps a 6-month trip to know what's happening on another continent through letter and word of mouth. Now we are able to help out through various challenges that other people may be facing, even though we cannot help them directly. So you could say that money is like a helping hand that extends your reach of support. And thank you, Astrid, for your friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yelna, you ask how to deal with a friend that has a victim mentality. If they feel hurt, then feel that with them. Sometimes what we need in order to grow is not someone to grab our hand and lift us up, but for us to get down to the level they're at so we can hold them and be one with them. There are many guys in here
that have girlfriends. How many times has your girlfriend gotten mad at you? That's not the end of the sentence. When they share something they're struggling with, and you offered solutions to their problems. You offer solutions to their problems, and suddenly they're even more upset. Don't they want their problems gone? Aren't we helping by offering solutions? Actually, no. If they wanted help with the problems, they would ask for help. They are merely sharing how they're feeling so that they can feel understood. Oftentimes, when someone is merely sharing how they're feeling, the implication is not to solve their problem, but to relate, so that they don't feel so alone. When someone is hurt, you don't need to heal them. They need to be affirmed that it's okay to be hurt. That they are still whole in spite of the pain. As the Buddhists say, for example, suffering is what unites us, because we all can relate to being hurt. And thank you, Astrid, for your friendship necklace a minute ago. And thank you, Yelna, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mick Rick, you ask, am I a guru? A guru comes from the Sanskrit word gur, which means light, and ru, which means the remover of. I said that backwards. Gu means darkness, and ru means the remover of. Mind working faster than the tongue. When you remove darkness, you're left with light. So a guru is someone that takes you from the darkness of ignorance to the light of awareness. Now, who can do that except for your own soul? I cannot guide anyone to their own light. That's a journey that you must take on your own. That is why if anyone says that I have helped them, then they should really be thanking themselves. Because it is your own effort to get better where the real help takes place. So no, I am really no guru at all. I merely hold this space for everyone, and if you decide to change in it, that's on you. Muhua, you ask. How do you let go of someone who's extremely toxic and you will die if you go back to them? There are two things to understand here. The first is that
toxic implies that they can take something from you that is yours. But your true self, fire cannot burn it, water cannot wet it, wind cannot dry it, and even a surgeon's scalpel cannot pierce it. What you are in essence can never be taken away from you. That is the definition of the soul, the consciousness, the awareness. You are a witness of life, and you will always be a witness to it, because life cannot exist without your witnessing of it. What you provide to the universe is invaluable. You provide a perspective in order to understand it. The universe needs you here. It cannot exist without you. However, some people are not deserving of your witnessing because they misuse it. These people you do need to set boundaries with. And that's not to restrict you or to restrict them, but so that the relationship becomes healthy again. Some people might get defensive when a boundary is placed because they think that this means our relationship is being minimized. But you're actually just trying to maximize the positive by setting these boundaries. It is the healthy thing to do for both of you. So, setting these boundaries with such people actually helps not just yourself, but them also. You become a role model. And thank you, Ursula, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. I agree, Inclusa. It's very hard to be a mirror. Have you all seen the process that NASA goes through to get the mirrors for their telescopes? A multi-year long process of refining and refining and refining. Mirrors, for these astrological purposes, have to be within a few atoms so as to not distort the image of the universe. Katrina Hamilton Smith, you share that speaking of the victim complex, how does one deal with this when it's a family member? We can surround them with love, and if still they do not open up to that love, then what else could we do? Although it is our duty to love our loved ones, that is why they are called loved ones, it is not our duty to be loved for them. That is to say, we cannot force anyone to receive our love. Because love is never forced. If love were forced, it wouldn't be love. We can offer a helping hand to those who are in need of it. But if they do not accept it, then that's their decision. They have decided to live life that way, and they will grow from it eventually.
But it's not our duty to make that decision for them. The most we can do is offer that help. And we could keep that offer available if they ever choose to accept it. But we don't force them into that help. That is why, when, for example, someone even acknowledges that they need help, that is half the battle over with, because that's such a big decision in the first place. It takes a lot to have that vulnerability, that self-awareness. So much growth happens even in that moment. So much healing happens even in that decision. And that decision has to come naturally. Woo, you share that you give aggressive, squishy love to your rabbit. He is 6 years old now. Does anyone remember on the Bugs Bunny and Tweety show? There was this Yeti. I'd pick up Bugs Bunny and go, I love you, and I'm gonna squish you and hug you and call you George. Something like that. It's a big Yeti grabbing this bunny. And Bugs didn't want anything to do with it. Get me out, you're squishing me. Too much love. I used to do the same with my parents. When my mother would smother me in kisses, I'd say, okay, too much love. We get a maximum of 5 kisses. Amanda Michelle, you ask, Yam, do we believe we should push ourselves to get what we want? Or what we think we should want? It's a good question. Success always lies upstream, and what we want lies at the end of doing a lot of things that we don't want to do. Everyone wants nice, strong, big muscles. But no one wants to go through the pain of going to the gym every day and pushing until you can't anymore. Everyone wants a nice, slim and trim body, but no one wants to eat just salad every day and deny themselves a sweet treat. What we want is instant self-gratification. It's like a hint of the fulfillment of long-term satisfaction. But that long-term satisfaction has to come through doing things we don't want. And we do have the power to push ourselves to do the things we don't want. It's what makes us human. Our buddhi, our intellect, has been especially empowered to deny the mind. Every time we practice denying the mind, we engage our free will. I made this joke before. You never see a monkey? Their friends are saying, come on, the banana tree is ripe. All the bananas are ready to pick. Aren't you hungry? You'll never see a monkey doing some reps of pull-ups going, no, you guys go ahead. Let me just finish this set. 10, 9, 8, No, you guys go ahead. I'm good. 6, 5, 4. The human being is especially designed for this kind of austerity, where we can deny simple pleasures for long-term gratification. In fact, that's the whole human journey in a nutshell. It's just learning how to do this in everything that we do. Andrew, you ask, do I have a community in real life that I learn alongside? Well, I learn alongside with my mother and my father and my sister and my friend and my 2 cats, Sandy and Shadow. Izzy, you ask, have I ever experienced a broken heart? Not necessarily romantically. I think there is no such thing as an unbroken heart. There are billions of broken-hearted people, and they make up all of us. Every love comes with loss, and with every loss, our heart breaks a little more. And one day, if you're lucky, your heart will break open, and then that source of light within shines even brighter. Ben, you ask, what do I think of aligning your wants with your needs? Seems easier to be satisfied. Needs is a funny term. Ultimately, what we need is purpose. Consider this statement. The world needs your help. Now consider this statement. You need to help the world. Which is more accurate? Is the need in us, or is the need in the world? Well, if the need is in the world, then that means there's potential in it. If the need is in ourself, then there's potential in ourself. Well said, Tom Bing. It is us who need to help the world, not the world who needs our help. The potential exists in us to grow, to be of more help. It is this which our primary need is fulfilled by service to the world. We have come to this world as infinite souls. The finite world cannot satisfy us. Yet, through wanting, we try to bring the finite into the infinite, and it never seems to work. Like a digital circuit, most circuits are designed to run with current going in a specific direction. In the opposite direction, the thing breaks. Like if any of you had tried to wire an LED. If you wire the LED the wrong way, you might just blow it up. An LED stands for a light emitting diode. A diode is like a one-way valve. It lets electricity flow in one way, but not in the other. With a high enough voltage, you can get the current to run in the wrong direction, and the light may light up, but then it only lit up because it exploded. It wasn't actually light, it was fire. You think this is funny, but we do it with our own life. The diode of our senses are supposed to flow outward, and yet we are trying to take the world and pull it inward. We're running the circuit in the wrong direction. With a powerful enough experience, you can pull it in for a moment, and then you blow up. By watching something really powerful, listening to something really powerful, smelling something really powerful, tasting something really powerful, and feeling something really powerful. We can invert our senses for just a moment and experience the current flowing. But then we self-combust. There is the high and then there is the low. For the current to be moving continuously, our senses have to flow in the right direction, not from the finite into the infinite, but from the infinite into the finite, where there is so much room for our service. Let us use our eyes to see who needs our help. Let us listen so that we may be able to understand. Let us feel so that we may hug and hold hands. All of our senses are designed for service. When the energy flows this way, the circuit is complete, and then we are truly satisfied. And thank you, Lori, for your ginger man and your popcorn. Hari Om Tat Sat. Inclusa, you ask, Yam, what do you do when you are the border of everything? Perhaps there is a language border. When you are the border of everything, well then you are nothing. Because no border can contain everything. Try putting a fence around the universe. To do so, you'll have to expand infinitely forever. And B525, thank you for your rose a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you're sad that I won't tell you my favorite food these days. I am sorry, you're right, I should tell you. I very much like tofu. I had some good sushi yesterday, that was also delicious. Veggie burgers hit the spot. I like French fries. Yam fries are my favorite though. And cookies. I never met a cookie I didn't like. As my grandfather said. And I used to eat fish sushi, yes, but I have began to be more vegetably minded.
And thank you, L, for your pair of rosas. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Rias Zulauf, thank you for your rosa. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Maria, for your rose. Sky Guardian, you shared. You'd bring me to so many places if I came to Jersey. Well, I look forward to it whenever the universe brings me there. Inclusa, you say you cannot buy roses. You're nothing. That's quite alright. It is the sentiment that makes me happy. And there are many ways to express that. There is never an expectation for you to support me financially. If you want to send a rose, there's an emoji for that. It's not different from the roses that come on the screen in a different way. Rose on the screen or a rose in the chat, still a digital rose. Thank you. And thank you, Ursula, for your rosa and Tiny Diny. Yippee! And Isabella, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, G2 Infinity, for your rose. And Inclusa, for your 6 roses. Thank you, Isabella, for another rose. And Aish, thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Kelsey, for all the flowers. And Callum, thank you for your trio of roses. You share that if your soul was a flower, it would be a daisy. Did you know that daisies have edible stems? To me, they taste like carrots almost. In my school field, when I was bored, I would just pick daisies and eat the stems. No wonder I got bullied. Thank you, Sylvia, for your trio of roses. And Rachel, for your pair. And thank you, Lily, for your quartet of them. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, MJ, for your balloons as well. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Sandra, for your trio of roses and a purple heart. JP, thank you for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. Katie Pond, you share that through science you also found spirituality. There's some quote, maybe one of you knows it better than I do, that says, the first sip from the glass of science is so refreshing, but at the bottom you'll find God waiting for you when it all dries up. Jules Ortega, you ask, how do you pronounce karma? Do you roll the R? In English, we don't roll the R. And in fact, you mostly don't.
It is only if we turn back the time many thousands of years ago does the R become vocalic. So it's not just karma, it's karma. Actually, it's a vowel. So there's 3 syllables of karma. It's the ka, ur, and then the ma. Karma. But in modern times we don't pronounce it like that. I'm just weird like that because I enjoy Vedic pronunciation of things. Does how you pronounce it change the meaning? No, of course not. But if you pronounce it too weirdly, then no one will understand you. Inclusive, you ask. Or no. You affirm to me I have to read. How do I pronounce this? The Teilhard Chardin changed your life. Well, thank you for recommending it. I appreciate you planting the seed, and I look forward to seeing it blossom one day. And thank you, Adam, for your rose a few moments ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, JP, for your 119 roses. Jai Sitaram. And Bobby So, thank you for your heartbeat, team bracelet, and a cheer you up. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Will, you ask? Yeah, and what do you think is the main thing that motivates me? Well, if I'm here, I might as well be here really well. You know what I mean? If there's something to do, I might as well do it really well. Even if it's opening a door, something we do dozens of times a day. You know, I let my fingers curl around the handle, my wrist turn, and I pull it in such a way that I am pulled through the door in a kind of flow. I have so much fun opening doors. If I'm going to open a door, I might as well do it really well. I remember learning in history class that in classical France, everyone would learn ballet. Everyone. The men, the women, the children. It just gave everyone a kind of spring in their step. Whether they were bowing before they shook someone's hand, whether they leaned in to hug someone, or even just picking up a cup of tea. There was a flow to life through that dance. And learning it helps you find that fluidity. And thank you, Saturnus, for your 148 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Discotheque, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Gary or Jerry, you share that your mom used to tell you, if you're doing something, do it well, or don't do it at all. Or when Jesus said, be hot or cold. If you're lukewarm, I'll spit you out. That is, either follow my teachings so one-pointedly, or don't follow them at all. Both are completely valid. But the ones I reject are the ones that go, maybe I do this, maybe I don't. I'll do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And thank you, Nostalgia, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kyujin, you ask, what is Kundalini awakening? It's very simple. You ever see someone with short hair throughout their life? Never had a tattoo, never had a piercing. They just wore tight-fitting clothes. And then you see them a few months later or a few years later, suddenly their hair is down to their ankles. They've got all these tattoos. They're wearing all these flowy clothes. They've got an earring in now. Some people are just so uptight with their self-expression. Everything has to be in order. But when a certain energy comes to awaken in them, suddenly everything goes. Thank you, Nostalgia, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And B, thank you for your rose as well. Radhe Radhe. Will, you ask? Yeah, if aliens came to Earth, what would be the first thing I'd explain about humanity? I often think that raising children is kind of like raising little aliens, because you have to teach them everything. Your son comes home from school. Mommy, this girl doesn't like me. She keeps picking on me and keeps pronouncing my name in a wrong way. Oh, that is a very good thing. Why? It means she likes you. What? Yeah, if she doesn't like you, it means she likes you. If she says she hates you, it means she loves you. Oh. That's dumb. Guys are always wondering, how do you know when your crush likes you? Well, are they nice to you or not? If they're nice to you, there's a good chance they don't like you. I'd explain that to the aliens, that all the movies we've made about them, all of the Hollywood blockbusters of blowing them up, it's actually a kind of reverence towards you all. We actually like you so much that we pick on you. And thank you, B, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kiki, you ask, do I have a crush? Yes, I do. My crush is the potential inside all of you. It makes me nervous. The possibilities within everyone gives me butterflies in my stomach. In fact, whenever there's someone who's able to grow, to learn, My goodness, I just let out a little yippee. I think I blushed too. When I see someone healing, my heart just fills with joy. My soul beloved is the love of the soul. And thank you, John F., for your rose and half-dozen finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Ethan Spicy Consciousness, you ask, what's my purpose here? Well, just as your username suggests, I am here only to add a little spice to your consciousness. You know, yesterday I was eating sushi. I think I mentioned that a few minutes ago. And sushi always comes with the ginger. And the purpose of the ginger is to cleanse the palate. It's very smart, actually. As we keep eating, our tongue begins to forget what it's tasting. The ginger resets it so you can have that first bite again. Yes, Sky Guardian, it was. I'm not sure if it had animal products in it, but it was vegetarian at least. It's like coffee grounds. Coffee grounds reset your sense of smell. The ginger resets your sense of taste. But I always forget about the wasabi, and so I'm left with the wasabi at the end. So I thought, here's what I'll do. I'll just eat the wasabi now by itself. So I took a little dollop of the wasabi on my finger and put it on my tongue. My eyes bulged out. Whew! Could feel it clear out your sinuses. If I was asleep, now I'm awake. Wasabi resets your sinuses. Yeah, exactly. So I took an even bigger dollop. And this time, an even bigger reaction. And then I took the remaining big dollop. Eat that. I had to stand up and walk around my room for a few seconds. And then it went away. Sometimes what you need is a little bit of spice in your conscious experience. It can be refreshing. So I hope to provoke you in just the right way. Like a little dab of wasabi. To wake you up a little bit, but leave you refreshed. Clear out your spiritual sinuses. MJ, you shared that you could go through 80% of these. What about the other 20%? Thank you, Chloe, for your trio of roses a few minutes ago, too. Cry? It's a good ratio. 80% laugh, 20% cry. Those are the statistics I'd like to see at the end of my life. When the credits go and I get to see all the stats. You cried for 3 years in total. You laughed for 2 years in total. Oh man, I cried more than I laughed. No, let me try this again. And I take birth. This time I'm gonna laugh more than I cry. And thank you, Rob Price, for your subscription a few minutes ago. I agree, MJ. Crying is freedom. So relieving. Laughter is also relieving. In a different way. But yes, I do hope you enjoy your sticker pack, Rob. And I look forward to being of service to you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Inclusa, you share that you deserve to laugh. So you laugh, with or without karma. Laughter breaks through the ego. G to Infinity, you share that in massage therapy many cry during the muscle release. That's beautiful. Speaking of laughing and crying, I actually cried during a massage. I laughed when they were massaging my foot. I didn't realize I was so ticklish, the soles of my feet. I was giggling like a schoolgirl while they were massaging it. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses a few moments ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And this is my show. Thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Emil, you ask, am I the same guy who made the physics/philosophic videos earlier? Don't know who you're talking about. Thank you, Liz, for your rosa as well. We've got two Rizzes, my goodness. Two Lizzes who sent a gift. How am I gonna distinguish you? Lowercase Liz and uppercase Liz. Lowercase Liz sent a trio of tiny dinies. Yippee! And Brilliant Genius sent a rose. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And uppercase Liz sent a rosa. Thank you for that. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, this is my show, for your heart me. And 34 Ginger Man. Very sweet. Literally. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Kere Uyete. Thank you for your pumpkin spice latte. Jai Sitaram. Now who is it that just purchased a subscription? You have an anonymous username, so it seems. Wait. I can figure it out. It's Manic Places. Thank you. I look forward to being in your service. Hari Om Tat Sat. And another one. Thank you. Thank you, Lulu, for your trio of disco loves. Jai Sitaram. And slow your heart. Is that you?
who sent a trio of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Alfie, you share that you're getting a yin-yang tattoo, but you don't know where to get it. That's a lovely tattoo idea. You should get it on a part of your body that symbolizes balance. Like the bottom of your foot. Alex, you share that you thought the light the other day was my hair dyed orange. That's funny. Yes, I do have many lights around me. I appreciate good lighting. Lex and Liz, you share that foot tattoos are very painful. All the better reason to get one there then. Thank you, Peter Schaefer, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, Marmander. Amanda Michelle, you ask, Yam, do you believe you can have a relationship without expectations? No expectations is the destination, but not the journey. In the journey, we are moving towards that. And we move towards it through our many relationships that are littered with so many expectations. In each relationship, the goal is to become less and less expecting. But one cannot drop to zero just like that. We have to go through the process of getting there. Mermander, you're wondering if I'm familiar with the triple gem. You'd love to know my thoughts on it. The Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. Buddha is the Buddha, the spiritual master. The Dharma is the teaching, and the Sangha is the community. It is important to take refuge in some teaching, in some teacher, and fellow students. The power of association is the control point for this whole human system. By associating with truth is enough for that truth to trickle down the whole system. Now in the world, trickle down economics is a myth. It doesn't work like that. But from a spiritual perspective, just the mere association with what is high, that causes the dissension of truth within the whole human system. And thank you, this is my show, for your 34 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello Ranjit. Mermander, you ask, do I have any tattoos?
No. Had to double check. You never know. But what is imprinted on my body may come and it may go. But what is imprinted on my heart, now that I wish to know. Thank you, Kirewietje, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. I believe this is a good place to land the plane. We've been flying for some time. Before we do so, there are 3 things I'd love to do with you. If you're interested, of course. I have a question of the day to ask all of you, and I'd love to be entertained by all your lovely answers. And I'd love for you to listen with me as we read another section of Roar the Ganges. And the third thing before we leave is a chanting. We are going to do a Bon mantra today, as inspired by Gregor G, who asked for us to do one together. And thank you, Astrid, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. My question of the day today comes with a premise. Think of a friend or a loved one, someone you are close to. What unique trait of theirs do you love? You don't have to tell me who it is, just the trait itself. Saturn is, you say kindness. That's a great thing to look for. Mermander, you too. Their kindness and how hard they try. His warmth, says Elindis. Unjudgmental, says Kirewietje. Authenticity, says MJ. And Rias, you share that you bought the Roar of the Ganges. It's very lovely. You certainly didn't have to do that, given that it'll be a free PDF, but I guess you couldn't wait. I'm happy you were enjoying the book that much, though. I'm sure Sky Guardian will be happy to hear that. Back to the question of the day, Lily, you share they are so selfless at times. They feel so deeply. I love that. Positivity, says Lex. Genuinely honest, says Calla Craig. Their loving heart, says I am Jan today. Alfie, you share that your best friend has an amazing ability of perspective. That's wonderful. You are a good friend. Liz, you share they never get mad, even when they should. Understandable. Will, you share they make me feel like I could talk about anything. Cami, you say highly empathetic, open to everything. How wonderful. Creativity and imagination, says G to infinity. Kindness, says Priscilla. Selfless love, says Mush. Their positivity, says Lex, again. Esther, you share
His kindness and love, your best friend. So sweet. Faith, says Brooke Ashley. Kindness and compassion, says Anthony. Understanding, says Astrid. Compassionate and passionate, says Kelsey Ann. A good duo of words, that's for sure. And thank you, Danielle, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Smiling, says Elindas. Sensitivity, says Ben. I like that. Chloe, you love their silliness and spontaneity. That's great. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your pair of ice cream cones, pair of roses, and a team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. And you're very welcome, Marmander. Thank you for being here with us. Sheila. You ask, what would you do when you feel really lonely? I would try to distinguish feeling lonely from being alone. It's okay to be alone. But when we're feeling lonely, then it's okay to ask for help. In either case, there's something that we should be allowing ourselves. Sakura, you share patience. That is a lovely, unique trait. Gregor G, you like when people show off their drive and willingness to get stuff done. That is wonderful and very inspiring. Expression, says Isabella. Loyal morals, says Alfie. Empathy, says Ellen Duss. Understanding, says Brooke Ashley. Confidence, says Sage. Had to say it 3 times to get it right. Hidden feelings, says Denise. That is very unique. And Rias, you share that your partner is so infinitely patient. I love that. His boldness, says Jules. My goodness, you guys are filled with so much love. I'm very happy to hear all these answers. Authenticity, says Muhua. Support, brilliance, faithfulness, says Susie. So wonderful. Honesty and ability to mirror, says Ragnhildar. I love that. So many wonderful traits and so many wonderful beings that are part of your life, everyone. Thank you for exploring this question of the day. And there is certainly no shortage of beings and traits that we can point out as unique, giving rise to this diversity of life with all of our precious personalities. I am going to minimize the question of the day for now, but I thank you all for exploring this with me. Let us read now from another section of Roar of the Ganges. This is a book we've been reading together, a few pages at a time, and that consistency has added up very quickly. We are all the way at page 177 now, but don't be discouraged if this is your first time here. This book is not about its narrative, about its plot, but the lessons that come along its way.
If, however, you would like some context, then Sky Guardian, one of our audience members that sent me this book for us to read, that lovely being has offered his help in clipping the recordings, which are now in a dedicated playlist on the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel, the first link in the link tree in my bio. This book takes place in India, on the banks of the river Ganges, through the eyes of its author, Swami Taratmanandaji, days before he becomes a Swami, a spiritual renunciant. He was in an ashram studying under his guru. No evening class was scheduled because Swami Dayananda had been invited to the Kailash ashram for a special function honoring Swami Vidyananda, its head teacher. I decided to skip evening puja, worship, and take a long walk in the hills across the river. I trod the familiar path past Svargashram that led up to the sadhu's cave I had visited with Vijay. When I came to an outcropping of rocks, I stopped to enjoy the view. The winding river below, our ashram on the far bank, and the town of Rishikesh stretched out beyond. I sat on a huge boulder, sometimes meditating, sometimes gazing out at the expanse before me. The sun traced its arc towards the horizon, turning fiery shades of orange and red as it slowly settled into the thick haze hanging over the town. While watching the sunset, I was reminded of Swami Dayananda's comments in class this morning about how we often draw wrong conclusions from our experiences. He once illustrated this by showing how we misinterpret the experience of sunset. He noted that the sun does not actually move. It is the earth that moves. The earth turns on its axis, revolving once in 24 hours, making the stationary sun appear to travel through the sky from east to west. To watch this sunset and conclude that the sun is moving towards the horizon is actually a wrong interpretation of that experience. Sitting on the boulder, I imagined myself perched upon an immense revolving sphere, facing the motionless sun fixed in the sky. I imagined the sphere turning slowly, tilting me backwards and making the sun appear to set on the horizon. But the sun was not traveling downwards. The horizon was moving upwards. For a moment, I really felt like I was tipping over backwards. I was amazed at how my experience could change so radically. But in fact, it was not my experience that changed. It was my interpretation of the experience that changed. This is exactly what Swami Dayananda described in the morning class. We frequently misinterpret our experiences because our five senses connect us to the world outside. We conclude that the locus of experience is outside, but in fact, all experience takes place inside, in our minds. Our experience of the world, of our bodies, of our thoughts and emotions, all these take place in our minds. And each of these experiences are subject to misinterpretation. By the time I emerged from my contemplation, the sun had long since set. The night fell quickly in the mountains, and I had neglected to bring a flashlight along. I stumbled down the twisting trail in glowing darkness. That's a fun oxymoron. I actually just misread in growing darkness and eventually reached Svargashram's main road. I returned safely to our ashram, too late for dinner, but grateful that I didn't lose my way in the dusky hills. And so we end both our reading and the chapter for tonight. Tomorrow we may begin life's double feature movie. For now, I thank you all for reading with me, and thank you to Mermander, through whose generosity Addie, Dirty Hippie Gypsy Mom, Maddie, Orla Conway, and Sarah Lynn are now all subscribers. Thank you, Mermander, for this lovely opportunity to be of greater service to these lovely members of our Sangha. And I hope they appreciate the sticker pack that they get with them. And thank you, David Cretan, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Maureen, for your ice cream cone. And Edmo, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And Tiny, thank you for your rose too. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. How do you see the stickers? That's a good question, Kelsey. Found them. Sometimes the best questions are the ones answered by ourselves. Thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Before we leave tonight's session, we're going to do a Bon Mantra, which in the traditional Tibetan script is rendered above. And I had a hard time finding a translation for this. I have heard that as a mantra, it is very rare and sacred, and it really is just a series of auspicious syllables that we'll chant together in a moment. It is supposed to invoke healing, both physically and spiritually, to remove negative obstacles and bring peace and contentment to our mind. It is transliterated like this, and we'll hear it being chanted, so we may pronounce it together. But it's a very beautiful mantra. It is sometimes just called the Dutri Su mantra, in case you want to look it up yourself. So I'm going to minimize the background music so that we can maximize traditional chanting of it in the background, so we can hear how it's authentically pronounced with the right rhythm and enunciation. And it might take a few times until you get it. It'll certainly take a few times until I find the right pattern. Let me maximize this audio in just a moment, and we'll chant for several minutes, but not too long.
Agame Thank you, everyone. Now, of course, with most chanting sessions, they go on for many more minutes. But given the context of a TikTok live stream, we have to choose when to stop. Nonetheless, I'm very grateful to chant this bone mantra. Thank you, Gregorji, for inspiring this. And what a lovely mantra it is. I love that as well, Gregor. When they carry the last swaha sound in a hum, it is like the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. There is a secret syllable that is hummed at the end. An inner kind of syllable. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we chanted. Thank you. I am unsure when exactly when these came through. Is this the same galaxy as before? I think it is. But nonetheless, Craig, my gratitude remains the same. And Usha, thank you for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Enthroned, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And Mush, thank you for your rose also. And Rias Zulav, thank you for your rose. Mermander, you are wondering if I can send you all well wishes. I can certainly send you all my love. And I appreciate this opportunity to be with you all. I will return tomorrow to our regular time of 5 p.m., which actually is right now for me, 5 p.m. Pacific time. So mark that on your mental note. What time it is for you, that's the time we'll be starting tomorrow. As always, I will be uploading the recording of this live to the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel, which kind of serves as an archive in case there's anything that you feel like you missed or something that you need to get out of it, it's going to be uploaded. And thank you, Joanna, for your dozen roses. Ariom Tat Sat. It also can be a bit of a unique experience watching the recording, because you get to pause and reflect or rewind or skip forward, and the chat isn't there. Additionally, in the description, I've been working on this program that extracts the audio, partitions it, and then transcribes it, and then parses that transcription into distinct chapters so that you can click on exactly the timestamps that correspond to whatever subject is being discussed. Modern technology. Also, if you ever have a more long-winded answer to my question of the day, I recognize that the TikTok comment section can be quite limiting sometimes. The YouTube comment section, you have much, much more characters at your disposal, and it'll be more etched into time that way. I love reading more elaborate answers to the question of the day on there. And besides that, I have another YouTube channel, the Yamsox ASMR channel. That's also linked in the link tree in my bio. We do lots of stuff on there. But I should really save myself from advertising it until I do more things with it. It is not so worthy of your attention until I make the most out of it. Hey? And thank you, Joanna, for your dozen roses. Hariom Tat Sat. And Starfire, thank you for your rose. You may have noticed the sock on my microphone. I think this is the cutest pair of socks I've ever owned. It's a pair of socks covered in yams. Apparently we had, in my middle school one day, a fancy sock competition. And when we were walking into the auditorium, or the gymnasium rather, teacher pulled me aside and said, "That's a great pair." And I didn't know what I was doing. They lined up all the kids with fancy socks, and then we'd vote on who had the best pair. I didn't even know that it was today. I just liked wearing colorful socks with different designs, and these are probably my favorite. Yamsox. By purchasing Yamsox, you support me. They're at the store section of the link tree in my bio. There's also a tiny, tiny hat that has a tiny, tiny that says, "Yippee!" You guys asked for it. I don't know why. Right now I'm saving up for a trip to India, so it really helps, and it makes me feel good that you get something in return, physically, for helping me. And thank you, B525, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. And Katarzina, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And couple of nomads, thank you for your rose too. Hariom Tat Sat. Aurora, you ask, would I ever tell you my name, or is there a reason I'd like not to say? You know most of my name already. It is Yam. That is 3/4 of my given name. All you have to do is add an L, and it becomes Lyam. My mother spelt my name with a Y. And thank you, a couple of nomads, for your rose. And Federica, thank you for your hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Mistra, for your rose too. And Larissa, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram.
And that is right, Orla. My grandparents are mostly Irish.
Thank you, Keys, for your finger heart as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. They are the divine couple through which this whole universe exists as a playground for their love to dance hither and thither, to and fro. Lo and behold that splendor. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. Thank you all for being here. And I like Mr. Mate's answer to Liddy's question. How can one deal with negativity? Positively. In one word. Well said. Now, may you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Thank you to my lovely moderators who help ensure that this space is safe for us to express ourselves in unboundedly. And good night, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Satnam, Aslemu Lekam, Namo Buddhaya, Hallelujah, Shalom. And thank you, Sahara, for your rose as well. Radhe Radhe.